that the Faculty Higher Degrees Committee found suitable, also given the trends that we see when it comes to data science. And without any waste of time, let me then acknowledge some people and also some institutions. And I'm not going to go into the details, just to make some few highlights. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science and Agriculture, Professor Hlengani J. Siweya. And then I really would want to also acknowledge the presence of the DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Richard Madhaje. I also would want to acknowledge the presence of the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law, Professor Ompemetsi Sivanda. Excuse me. And then we move on to with the acknowledgements. And now I come to the directors of the school, starting with the School of Molecular and Life Sciences. We have Professor L.J. Mampuru. And of course, he wears the two hats as the director and also with his oversight role that he plays in the Faculty Higher Degrees Committee, also working with the faculty researcher, Professor Peter Masuku. Then we have the director of the School of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, Professor T.P. Mafeo, the director of the School of Physical and Mineral Sciences, Professor H.R. Chauke, and then the School of Mathematics or Mathematical and Computer Sciences. We have the acting director in the name of Professor F. Mushanga. I also would want to acknowledge the presence of the heads of departments in the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. Then our keynote speakers and plenary speakers. These are our guests. We really appreciate your presence and the time that you've put aside to come and bless this occasion. The staff in the Faculty of Science and Agriculture, and also our lovely DRS students who are going to be presenting their research this week. We are excited about this. I cannot forget the institutions in the name of sponsorship who really make it a point that they become part of this, of the family of the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. Whenever we have this event, they are here. Some of them are not here, but it's sponsorship in their different forms. We have, please bear with me when I mention their name, and some of them are newcomers. We've got Ingaba Biotech. We also have Antenpa, Protea Labs, United Scientific, Whitehead Scientific, newcomer, it's our own University of Limpopo Agro-Food Technology Station. And we also have another newcomer in the name of Oil Spill Excellence. Then the South African National Biodiversity Institute. So I think at the end of these 3 days, we should then be able to look back and say, indeed, this is where history is made in our eyes. And this is in the words of our Executive Dean, Professor Siweya. So I'm not going to waste any time. I will now move to the second item, which is welcome by the DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Madhaje, and that is, of course, it's a correction that we need to make there. So he's going to speak to come forward as he comes to welcome us. Thank you, Prof. Madaje. The stage is yours.
Program Director, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mokhalong, the DVC for Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor Singh, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science and Agriculture, Prof. Siweya, and all his directors of school, namely Prof. Mampuru, Professor Chauke, Dr. Takalani, and Prof. Mafeo, all heads of department in the faculty, our external guests and adjudicators, members of the organizing committee under the capable leadership of Prof. Masuku, and of course academics. And we all know without them, there won't be any schooling, there won't be any teaching, there won't be any research at all. And of course, support staff, our dear students, our ICT colleagues and media personnel, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. Well, we are a multilingual country and a multilingual institution. Afshin. I just wanted to find out whether we have Shitonga speaking students. If I were you, I'll be very proud and say, hey, Afshin. Excellent. Well, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this August Research Day in the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. As you are aware, for us to be regarded as fully fledged academics, we are underpinned by three main pillars: teaching first, research, and then community engagement. Teaching comes first in the sense that when we attended primary education or schooling, we all had to be taught by our teachers, and some of us, we were taught by teachers we called mistresses. There was no research by then. So teaching is critical. And all of you are here because you underwent teaching through the hands of those teachers. But then, as things are in life, especially in the molecular sciences, things are born, and then they grow, and then they fade away. So research then becomes a critical point in your schooling or in your education, so that then you become a fully fledged academic or scholar. On that score, then we would like at the outset to congratulate and commend the Faculty of Science and Agriculture for taking care of you so that you become quality academics wherever you find yourselves in the future. A special word of welcome goes to all our external guests. The program director has already mentioned all of them. So in the interest of time, I will not repeat pronouncing their names, but all of them must feel at home, and we highly appreciate their participation. in this research day, and I know they are extremely busy where they are based, but they said for these 3 days, we are going to be with the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. And there's no greater patriotic duty than that. It's like helping your neighbor. If your neighbor's house is on fire, though here we are not on fire, you can't just sit back and say, well, it's not my house. Can we give them a big round of applause? Now, our very important stakeholder, the students. And I said there won't be any research or teaching if there are no academics. In the same vein, students are critical because even if I'm an academic, I won't be fulfilled in all respects if there are no students. I can't go to an empty class and say I'm teaching, which then means students are also very important. So you must feel proud that you are a key component of the university, because without students, there won't be any faculty, there won't be any department, there won't be any school. So if I were you, and if I were a student, I would walk proudly like a peacock because I am important. So to you students, I know and we know, to some of you or even to most of you, you are going to present your papers for the first time in your academic lives in such a big gathering. My advice to you is that don't panic, be yourself, and I know you are highly confident. I saw some of you last year marching to and fro, very confident. So the same energy and vigor that you had when marching can be translated to your presentation here. Nothing different. But in the end, as one often says, you are the best as far as your research is concerned. There's no other person who knows what you are going to present better than you. So I want all the students to repeat after me, where you say, Noma kanjani, I'm going to do my best. Can we repeat that expression? Noma kanjani, I'm going to do my best. Yes, you are going to do your best, and you never know. By Friday, you might be announced as the best presenter of a paper or the best presenter of a poster, and you walk away with a decent package in terms of finances. So there's nothing to fear. Do the best, and you will emerge successful in the end. Lastly, we often forget to thank supervisors. Supervising a student is not an easy task. It's very difficult in the sense that you have to travel with the student from stage 1 up to the last. In the sense that you have to design a title or a topic together, and you might take a week trying to design and panel beat that topic. From there, you go now to problem statement. From problem statement, you would then go maybe to the objectives or research questions. And what becomes a challenge to many students and where supervisors then will have to be patient and become parents, as it were. Methodologies, qualitative, quantitative, the designs, descriptive or contextual or exploratory, and so on. So if you have a supervisor, encourage him today by doing your best, and your supervisor, I think, is going to smile from ear to ear that my student has done their best. Whether you get a prize or not, that is not the major goal. The major goal is for you to do your best and present the results of your research so that in the end, both of you, the supervisor and the student, you grow, because supervisors need you in order to grow. Where Professor Suwe and Professor Mampuru sit for supervisors, they often submit their applications for promotion. So supervision is a key component of the criteria that the university looks for when considering application for promotions. So this research day is critical, and especially in the global world now, that we would be very pleased one day to meet you in Tokyo presenting your results, or in Beijing. I've seen some students this year from this faculty going to Beijing on research purposes. And we felt so proud that our students can compete anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give a long speech, but to welcome all of you and to wish you well and success in your discussions, deliberations, and presentation. And as a university, we are highly, highly, highly proud of all of you. And we trust this year or even next year, your presentations are going to appear in some top accredited journals, top-rated and accredited journals, nationally and even internationally. Program director and the executive dean in the faculty, with these few words, I thank you, and once again, you can help me to vacate the stage in Northern Sotho. If I say in Northern Sotho or Sepedi, what am I going to say? Any student who's going to present, you can stand up. Sorry, ma'am? Dilodi or disciple habutsi. Excellent, my daughter. If I were your supervisor, I would excuse you from presenting your paper. Thanks very much.
Thank you, DVC. Thank you so much for the warm words of welcome. And all of us are now welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is the keynote address, of which we are going to have Professor B. Antoine Bagula from the University of the Western Cape. He will come to the stage and share his knowledge with us. Prof. Bagula, the stage is yours.
That's not. It's not the one. Yeah. It's not the one. It's not the one. Okay. Yes, it's not my address. What could be on the flash?
On the flash.
Will you be needing a mic to walk around?
It's fine. I can stand up.
it's fine.
Okay, that's good.
Is it this one? Not this one. Yes.
Yes, that's yes, that's
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Masuku, for the reminder. My apologies, and my apologies, Prof. Bagula. I'm going to read out his short biography. Prof. Bagula received PhD degree in communication systems from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden, and 2 master's degree MScs, 1 in computer engineering from University Catholic de Leuven, and then in Belgium. The second one is in master's in computer science from Stellenbosch University. He is currently a full professor in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Cape Town of the Western Cape, where he also leads the Intelligent Systems and Advanced Telecommunication Laboratory. He holds a professorship position at ACIS Salama in DRC, where he is in charge of spearheading the institution's research and innovation agenda through the name of which I'm simply going to read the acronym. The acronym is CRIDIA. Prof. Bagula is a well-published scientist in his research field. His current research interests are in data engineering, including big data technologies, cloud fog computing, and network softwareization, the Internet of Things, including the Internet of Things and tactile Internet of Things, data science, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, and their application in big data analytics, the next generation networks, including 5G and 6G. The talk title reads, Global Trends on Data Sharing and Application with Focus on Research Data, Regulation, and Law. Can we please give him a round of applause as he comes to the mic?
Good morning, everybody. So I don't know if the technical side will be pushing my slide now. Okay, it's there. So I'll start by thanking the Faculty of Science and Agriculture for inviting me to address this audience, which I assume is composed of students, academics, and other invited speakers. So as the title shows, I'll be talking about global trend on data sharing and application with a specific focus on research data, regulation, and law. And normally the outline of my presentation is presented there. I'll start with an introduction just to set the scene in order to clear some confusion that appear when people are talking about data and what we can do with data. Thereafter, I'll cover a number of topics. You can see that there are many. Some of them include legal and regulation frameworks. Others are enabling technology and platforms, and other topics. But the last topic, which is topic 9, which is case studies, is quite important for me as a person who do research, a person who is interested in innovation. And in that topic, I'll be talking about the research that I'm doing currently, which is on federated learning. Federated learning, and you'll see how this is related to what I'm talking about, regulation, this is related to regulation, security, and other topics. It's very important, I think, for students and even for academics if we want to exchange in terms of research. So let's start by the introduction. As I said, the introduction will be just to set the scene in order to clear some misconception about what is data, what is data sharing, and other things. So let me first of all tell you my story about big data engineering and technology. I teach a course on big data engineering and technology that I just concluded last week at UWC. The same course I've been invited to give it to 2 universities in DRC. And it will be also given in Benin, sharing with some of the colleagues in Benin. So in that course, the project that I give, all my courses, when I give honors projects, I always assess the student, not anymore through exams, but project. They always have an individual project and a group project. So for the group project, I give very often a project on Logistics 4.0. And I ask the student, please, design for me a Logistics 4.0 platform, which will allow a farmer from Stellenbosch in Cape Town to sell his wine in Philadelphia in the US. And the tasks are these. That platform should be able to fund pervasively, automatically, the transportation company to bring that wine in Philadelphia. The platform should be able to fund also the restaurant in Philadelphia, where to sell the wine. The platform will be able to fund distribution company in Philadelphia to transport this wine from the airport to this restaurant that were found. And also the platform will be able, when the wine is in Philadelphia, to be able to direct the drivers using shortest path or least cost path to the restaurant where that wine will be delivered. In order to do that, they have to use all the knowledge that they learn in big data technology and engineering. And when we are talking about big data technology and engineering, we are talking about data, in fact. But what is data, in fact? Very often, nowadays, when people talk about data, they look at what? The volume of data. As I said, we say big data, we have a lot of data available, transporting it, this does it. But it's not only the volume of data. When we talk about big data today, we talk about not only data which is produced very fast by sensor networks, IoT devices, your smart watches, the cameras, and everything. We talk about data which has some value, that we can extract useful data, and that is important not only for computer scientists. Today, research is becoming multidisciplinary. You will see in the example that I'll be talking, we are doing federated learning for healthcare. And this, we are planning, to do this in terms of living labs, where the model that we are developing will be deployed in some hospitals in order to get some insight. help, support the doctors. This is the same in genomic, any field, in fact, logistics, everywhere. So when we talk about data, we are talking also about veracity of data. So when we get this data, can we really trust this data? We are talking also the variety of data, and I'll be talking about the data that we are talking about today is not only kind of structured data, it's all form of data. It could be videos, it could be images, any kind of data. So, but I'll not dwell too much on that. So there are also the structure of data. So depending on the field where we are working on, I'm sure that some people here manipulate data which is very structured. It means that we use your Excel spreadsheet. That's what we are using daily. But there are other forms of data which is not only unstructured, quasi-structured and semi-structured data. And when you look at this pyramid of data, during my time of studying in Belgium, this pyramid was inverted. The most data that we knew, the most data that were available to us, it was structured data. When we are talking about unstructured data, it was just researchers. It was things that we are doing really in research, not really, manipulating every day. Nowadays, we are manipulating much more unstructured data, data of all form. And that is becoming very interesting in terms of insight for different industries and even for research. And now I'll go very quick. When we look at, when we talk about structured data, this is a type of structured data. Data containing a defined type, format, and structure. So when we talk about semi-structured data, like textual data files with a discernible pattern that enable parsing, like, for example, when we are talking about extensible markup language, XML. So when we are talking about quasi-structured data, when we are looking at data, textual data with erratic data format, that can be formatted with effort, tools, and time. And the last one is unstructured data, which is very important. Unstructured data, data that has no inherent structure, which may include text document, PDF, images, and video. But that seems to be the most interesting data nowadays. That seems to be the data that we are using, that we can find, where we can find most insight. So now, let's talk about the era of data-driven decision. So the world has recently witnessed a profound shift in how decisions are made across industry and sectors. We are talking about the healthcare, automotive, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. All the sectors are now experiencing a shift. So, and that shift is what? Data-driven decision making. So there was a transitional way of taking decision, which were reliant on intuition and limited data. And this data, we all understand that is gone. Nowadays, we use data-driven decision making. So most of the decision-making processes today rely on massive data sets, which have been collected from multiple sources, and which are analyzed by AI, artificial intelligence-powered engines. I was talking about federated learning. I think that many of us know today that artificial intelligence is dominated by machine learning. And machine learning is evolving from traditional to much more federated way of deploying machine learning. And I'll tell about this later on because this is the way of providing security and also confidentiality to data. So, what we observe in this era, a shift toward data-driven decision-making, where we have data is becoming a strategic asset used by organization, which consider that is not only a byproduct of their operations, is a strategic asset that can be harnessed for competitive advantages. They say today that if you have data, you are rich. It's not for nothing that China is advancing in machine learning. Because what? They have massive data set. The way that they get it, this is not my problem, but I know that they have much more data set to apply their models than many other places. So we have the age of big data today. We have the proliferation of digital technologies that has led to an explosion of data generation with, as I said, vast volumes of information being created daily. But it's not only vast volumes. The way that this data is generated by sensors, different devices, camera and other things. And also, data is becoming a competitive differentiator. So companies are harnessing data effectively to gain a competitive edge, while those don't risk falling behind. So there is a need for global collaboration and cross-border research. Imagine what the world could be if we didn't have this feature during the COVID pandemic. If there was no global collaboration and cross-border research, I don't know what will be the state of COVID. Maybe we should still be in COVID-19 today. So globalization of data is important. Data knows no boundary. It transcends geographic borders, making global collaboration essential. There is also the concept of cross-border research, collaborative research efforts, which are now spanning continents, as experts from around the world come together to tackle complex global challenges. So, also, this globalization allows us to get access to different diverse expertise. I might be in Cape Town while still working with you here. I might be working in Cape Town while still working with my former university in Sweden. And I might still be being in Cape Town while teaching somewhere in DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, elsewhere. It's very important, in fact. Organization is the same. We have seen during the pandemic, students being hired, people being hired to be working for companies in the US, Canada, and elsewhere. So, data sharing is a key enabler for connecting this effort and addressing global challenges. So, data sharing is the glue. We understand this. And it's facilitating cross-border research, as I said, and it is accelerating insight. When data is shared transparently and securely, insight can be gained more rapidly, driving innovation and solution to global problems. But with this era of driven decision-making, there are also some challenges. Some of these challenges are data privacy, data security, and regulatory compliance. And when talking already about data privacy, everybody is aware about the POPI Act in South Africa, GDPR in the Europe, and I'll be talking about this later on again when I'm talking about the research that I'm doing. Because this is what motivated the research that I'm doing in federated learning. So data sharing is a cornerstone. So it evolved from being a peripheral practice to becoming an indispensable cornerstone of modern research and innovation. It's also reshaping the landscape of research and innovation. It's accelerating discoveries, fostering breakthroughs, and generating substantial economic impact. And we'll be detailing all these soon. It is predicted that responsible and ethical data sharing practices will continue to shape the future of research and innovation, enabling us to address complex challenges and seize new opportunities. So data sharing as a cornerstone is a foundation for collaboration. It allows rapid knowledge expansion by pooling resources and data sharing. Researchers can access a wealth of information, accelerating the pace of knowledge expansion in their respective field. And here I'll be talking about the emergence of federated research infrastructures. Nowadays, many researchers in different fields, genomics, bioinformatics, and even computer science, we are trying to do everything, build infrastructures, research infrastructures, which are kind of federated. Because the world is becoming kind of a small village through data sharing. So also it allows efficiency and resource optimization. So some of the examples of accelerated discoveries, we are talking about genomics and precision medicine. We are talking about climate change. We are talking in drug discovery also. So there is also an economic impact of data sharing. By fostering innovation, it reduces barriers to entry for new players and startups. Nowadays, you are not anymore limited for students who are completing their degrees. Know that you can just delve into the data sharing business and be able to start a company within 6 months. Just think cleverly, think smart. It stimulates competition and leads to novel solutions. So also, there is an economic growth related to data sharing. As data sharing accelerates discoveries, it directly contributes to economic growth by enabling the development of new products, services, and industries. Also in terms of job creation, the growth of data-driven sectors results in the creation of jobs across various fields, from data analysts and scientists to software developers and entrepreneurs. So challenges, also we have again challenges here, and you can see data privacy is coming every time. But here when we are talking about the cornerstone, data quality is also important, because ensuring the quality and accuracy of shared data is essential for meaningful research. Remember what I said when I presented some of the characteristics of data. I said data is not only volume, it's also value. What is the value that you can take in the data? Veracity, very important. That's what we are talking about here. It's not that, okay, I collect data from elsewhere, but this data sometimes could be just useless. So it's very important. Data access also. Striking a balance between open access and control sharing is a complex issue that must be addressed. So it's very important that we embrace a data sharing paradigm. And it's not just a trend, it's a necessity in today's interconnected world in order to realize the full potential of data in solving complex problems and driving innovation. So, but we have to uphold ethical principles, transparency, and data protection, so that we can ensure data sharing is responsible and trustworthy. So now, some of the facts about data sharing paradigm. First of all, its importance. Accelerating innovation. We already mentioned this. Data sharing can accelerate innovation by reducing duplication of effort and enabling the reuse of variable data set, and even resources also. Also tackling global challenges. Many of the world's most pressing challenges, such as climate change, public health crisis, require global collaboration facilitated by data sharing. I just presented the example of COVID-19. We don't know what the situation could be today if there was no collaboration on COVID during the pandemic. Enhancing decision-making also. Data sharing, decision-making is more informed and precise, leading to a better outcome in terms of various fields, including healthcare, finance, and policies. So, but we have to take into account ethical principles, transparency, and data protection. Please. So the ethical principles. So ethical consideration should underpin all data sharing protocols. These include respecting privacy, consent, and the responsible use of data, specifically in the healthcare, is very important. Transparency also. Transparent data sharing practices build trust among stakeholders. Clear documentation of data sources, methodologies, and limitation is vital. Data protection also. Data protection measures such as encryption and access control ensure the sensitive information remain confidential and secure. So, but how stakeholders can contribute to responsible data sharing of the data sharing paradigm? So, accelerating innovation. So data sharing accelerates innovation by reducing duplication of effort and enabling the reuse of available data sets, as I said. The researchers should follow ethical guidelines, obtain informed consent, and properly attribute data sources when sharing or using data. So organizations also, organization can establish data governance policies, ensuring that the data is handled responsibly and that security measures are in place. Policymakers should be involved also by playing a critical role in creating and enforcing regulation that promote responsible data sharing while safeguarding privacy and security. Consumers and individuals are also some of the stakeholders who can play a role by being aware of their data rights and exercise control over their personal information, hence promoting responsible data sharing by giving informed consent. So there are also challenges related to that. You can see again, privacy is involved there. But also, you have to look at privacy versus innovation. Balancing the need of data privacy with the drive for innovation is an ongoing challenge that should be considered. Data governance also, establishing effective data governance structures with organizations can be complex, and also compliance with regulations. So, adhering to various data sharing regulations, particularly in a global context, require careful attention. So now, the evolving landscape of global data sharing trends. So this landscape of global data sharing evolving at a rapid pace is driven by technology advancement and increased recognition of the value of shared knowledge. So while challenges like data overload and privacy concern persist, the opportunity presented by data sharing include improved decision-making and innovation are immense. So, exploration of the evolving trend. So there are open data initiatives that we must consider. Government, institutions, and organizations are increasingly adopting open data policies, making non-sensitive data freely available for public use. And this is one of the key factors for not only driving this, but also advancing research. Because without open data, we are not able to do anything. Cross-sector collaboration is very important. Data sharing is expanding beyond traditional domains, fostering collaboration between sectors such as healthcare, academia, industry, and public organizations. Interoperability and standards are also important because the push for interoperability and standardizations will allow for more seamless sharing of data, ensure compatibility across various systems and platforms. Decentralized and blockchain-based data sharing is becoming also quite important. The blockchain technology is gaining momentum for secure and transparent data sharing, enabling trust and traceability in shared data set. So many of the transactions which are kind of sensitive nowadays, or which require some kind of traceability, they are being these processes are being run on a blockchain. So there are some challenges and some opportunities which are posed by the growth of research data. First of all, the challenges, the data overload. You have a massive influx of data which can overwhelm researchers, making it challenging to extract meaningful insight. So we are researchers. Do we have the right infrastructure to be processing this data which is happening? So sometimes it's not possible. With big data technologies, nowadays universities like computer science department are trying to invest in much more powerful machines for student labs, projects, and research. So data quality and accuracy is also a challenge. We have a sheer volume of data which doesn't always guarantee quality. Maintaining data accuracy and integrity remain a challenge. Again, data privacy and security comes again. With more data being shared, the risk of breaches and unauthorized access escalate, necessitating robust security measures. But there are also opportunities in advanced analytics and artificial intelligence. So big data allows for more sophisticated data analytics and artificial intelligence applications, providing deeper insight and predictions. So, and this is not only for computer scientists. I'm sure that even there are much more fields which are benefiting more from this than computer scientists. So another opportunity is in data-driven decision-making. So rich data sets enable organizations to make informed decisions and optimize operations, improving efficiency and effectiveness. In innovation and research acceleration, access to diverse data sets can fuel innovation, leading to breakthroughs and advance in various fields. So, some statistics as example of data sharing trends. So, there are quite a number of statistics which are being presented showing that, the data sharing trends is really evolving. But I'll not go really in this in detail. But just some example, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. When we look at the European Open Data Portal, during COVID-19 pandemic, and climate scientists collaborating on shared data set. So what are the enabling data sharing technologies and platforms? So some of them, the latest trend in data sharing technologies, we are looking at the blockchain technology. So which offer a decentralized and secure data sharing through distributed ledgers, ensuring data integrity and transparency. They implement smart contracts within blockchain to automate data sharing agreement, enhancing efficiency and trust. Federated learning, as I said, which allows model to be trained across multiple devices or servers while keeping the data decentralized, addressing privacy concerns. So I'll be speaking about this much more in detail in the last slide that I'll be presenting. So federated learning enables collaborative model training without sharing raw data. Can you believe a world where we are working together but we don't share raw data? It's just parameters. It's just kind of parameters. So that could be really very good, making it privacy-preserving data sharing approach. Edge computer is coming also, and data lacks in the context of big data, cloud computing, and so on. Data lacks, which are scalable data storage solutions, allowing organizations to consolidate and share vast amounts of data for analytics and research. So how these technologies facilitate seamless collaboration? It will be through real-time collaboration, through scalability, by providing scalability and flexibility, through interoperability, we talk about interoperability already, and also by providing standards. I'll not delve into the detail of this too much, otherwise I'll take more time than I've been allocated. So, upholding data privacy and security in data sharing. So the importance of data privacy and security in data sharing. It's preservation of trust. Data privacy and security are fundamental for maintaining trust among stakeholders, including customer partners and the public. The problem of compliance, complying with data protection regulations, like GDPR in Europe, the POPI Act in South Africa, HIPAA, is essential to avoid legal consequences and reputational damage. Risk mitigation also is very important. Protecting sensitive data mitigates the risk of data breach, cyber attacks, and unauthorized access, safeguarding an organization's asset and reputation. So there are some best practices for protecting sensitive data, but they are not really the final thing that can protect your data, but it's just best practices. Data classification is very important in the sense that you need to categorize data based on its sensitivity to prioritize protection efforts. Data minimization, collect and retain only the data necessary for the intended purpose. Don't pull every data that you can have and after such filtering. So this can reduce the amount of sensitive information at risk. Data anonymization and pseudo-anonymization remove or encrypt personally identifiable information to protect individual identities. It's very important also to proceed to regular auditing and monitoring of your data, and also train your employees. So there are some examples of data privacy and security. I mentioned the HIPAA compliance in the health sector. You can also apply end-to-end encryption, two-factor authentication. This, I think that all of us who use Google emails, you know about it nowadays. So, and many other processes that could be implemented. So there are again challenges related to this, is balancing privacy and the utility, striking the right balance between data privacy and data utility can be challenging, evolving threat landscape, cyber threats and attack vectors are continually evolving. These necessitate proactive security measures and vigilance. Data breach response is very important also. So regulatory and legal framework for data sharing. So regulatory and legal framework for both at the local and international levels are instrumental in ensuring responsible and ethical data sharing practices. They provide rules, standards, and guidelines that govern how data is shared, accessed, and protected. So organizations must stay informed about local and international regulations and adapt their data sharing practices accordingly. It's advised that addressing privacy and intellectual property concerns is essential for fostering trust, compliance, and successful data sharing and review. So when we are talking about regulatory and legal frameworks, so we are talking about local regulations, international agreement, and we have a number of examples that I've cited already. So I think that what I'll do, I'll conclude with use cases, talking about the federated learning, the work that I'm doing currently in federated learning, and just very quickly overview some of the use cases which are showcasing data sharing. So now, we all know that those who are doing artificial intelligence, and even those who don't do artificial intelligence, they know that machine learning is dominating the artificial intelligence world. But when we are dealing with machine learning, what we need? We need a model somewhere that will be used for training the data. You train the model, to get insight. So, but you need a server where you have your models, and you will have to pull the data from wherever the data is in order to give it to a server where the model exists, and you start doing your processing. So a kind of centralized way of doing things, which are called gather and analyze, centralized model. You move the data to the compute. But there is a problem with this kind of doing things. So first of all, convincing the users to send their data to the compute place is one of the challenges. So there is the problem of bandwidth and latency limitations. You don't always have resources to be pulling the data from where it is. Let's consider bioinformatics data. Everybody knows that this is huge data sets. You can't just move them through FTP or grid FTP, to the processing place. It's a challenge. So security risk and privacy issues, and also, as I mentioned, the GDPR in Europe, and also the POPI Act in South Africa, which allows users, owners of the data to take it from your server if they want. So if they take their data from your server, you are doomed. So this is not really a way to go. So the way to go is using federated learning. In federated learning, you move the compute to the data. So instead of saying, I have my model on the server, I'll collect data from everybody, the server will consider moving the model to the client, where the data reside. So there is no raw data which is being exchanged between the server and the local client. So it's just the model which is moved from the server to the local client. And when the local client have used this model to train their data, what they'll do, they'll send the parameters that they found to the server. No raw data. And what the server will do, after receiving the parameters of all these clients, it will do some kind of aggregation for creating a new model, improved model, that it will send again. And through a number of rounds, at the end, it will convert to a model which is much more good for everybody, more efficient, and it will be this model that will be deployed by everybody. So that is the principle of federated learning. You don't move raw data anywhere. You don't exchange raw data anywhere. It's just the model which could be moved from the server to the client, and the parameter from the client to the server. But please, I'm talking about horizontal federated learning. It's just an illustration that I'm giving. But there are 3 ways of doing this. It's horizontal, vertical, and transfer learning. So just I'm giving the example to illustrate what is federated learning. I don't have the time to delve into the detail of all these 3 models, but I'll just show you some example of what we did recently in terms of research in federated machine learning on X-ray data. So this is some of the deployment that you can have. You can see on our right-hand side, this is the central model, where people, all the clients send all the data to the central model there, which is really not good. But the 2 others, the first and the second, are the one that people started applying. That is the move into machine learning deployment nowadays. So now, again, I'll not delve into the detail of this. I have 100 slides that could be spoken about this. So, but one of my research focus is Africa 4.0, which is a continental model of data and insight sharing. So what it is about? It's about considering Africa as 5 regions as defined by the African Union, and looking at how we could be deploying federated machine learning in different fields in order to do research, collaborative research between scientists in Africa. That could be in healthcare, that could be in maybe water research, energy, and other domains. So that is the biggest research that I'm working on for the last 3 years. So now, what we did recently, we worked on the federated machine learning model, which is called fetus aggregation and slotted training. So I'm not going to the detail of this. We have a paper which has been accepted at GlobeCom 2023, and this is the work of one of my PhD students. We are working with Prof. Sajal Das from the University of Missouri, and we got this result that had been shown that the model that we designed, which is called FedFast, has been doing very well compared to one of the popular model, the first model that everybody is using in federated machine learning, which is called the federated averaging. So these results, when you look at them, our model is the one which is in green. In terms of accuracy, is always on top compared to other models. And even in terms of execution time also, is performing, in terms of training, is a training with less time than the other models. So, and just I'll not delve into the detail of this. For those who are interested, I might leave my email so that I can share the paper itself that has been, will be published in GlobeCom 2023. I don't want to abuse of the time. Just some use cases which are here. You have different use cases which exist, in fact. Healthcare, the South African National Health Laboratory Service. In terms of agriculture, when you look at Kenya's M-Farm, in terms of environment conservation, smart conservation in Africa, education, and many others. The Human Genome Project. We have transportation. Some of us use the Waze traffic data. It's kind of sharing data. And many other applications. Thanks, and sorry if I have abuse of time. I was in time or not? That is the first question.
Okay, thank you so much. He's actually on time in terms of presenting. So now we're gonna get into the question session. We've got the roving mics, and if you've got a question, you can raise your hand, then the person with the mics will then come to you. Let's open this session for questions. We can begin with that. Any questions? Or comment, or any other contribution you would want to make?
Good morning, and thank you so much for quite an informative presentation. Mine will be a bit simple, I hope it is. I'm happy that you come from a background of higher education in terms of the university and your role there. I wanted you to perhaps, given that you have listed so many challenges that organizations have to be aware of, what in your observation has been one of those that seem to be overlooked and perhaps need to be considered in institutions' data strategy?
Thank you very much. This seems to be simple but quite complex. So I'll put it like this. I will say, first of all, institutions depend on the hierarchy somewhere, isn't it? So we depend on hierarchy. We depend on also kind of nation-wide regulations and frameworks. So the biggest problem is that institutions are small entities which can move fast, and specifically higher education institutions. Because we are researchers, we don't let the things just lagging behind. But the biggest problem, I think, that is at the national level, that when the regulations and the frameworks are not well-defined, we get stuck. So one of my PhD students, he was my student, and he was registering with me. He's a director of healthcare in Gauteng, and he's very knowledgeable in terms of regulation and frameworks. And before coming here, you know, even if we are professors, we learn from everybody, and sometimes our students have much more knowledge in one field than we have. And we were discussing with him, he told me, no, Prof, you know, the field which is in terms of regulation, laws and regulations and framework, where I mean South Africa is much more advanced and many countries in much more in the healthcare. So there is much more advanced, and we can see even high degree institutions. When there is this school of health, every time ethical clearances, they are much more well-defined than in other domains. So we get the frameworks from somewhere, and we very often, I mean, implement them without any problem. So my take is this, I mean, the bottleneck comes from the upper, the nation level.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. Given the wealth of experience you have as a scientist, I'm coming from a science council. There's tons and tons of data that is generated by us as scientists. But as a country, we're lagging behind in translating science or data into innovation and technology development. What do you see your take, and how do you think as academics we can bridge that gap?
So as academics, there are things that we are allowed to do and others that we are not allowed to do, isn't it? First of all, the fact that we have some of the, how can I say, I'm coming from a background of telecommunication, where we have some of the protocol which are kind of some frequencies that you can use for free, isn't it? And the other frequency that you need, I mean, to pay for it. You can't use it. But sometimes also, as academics, like when we started the Internet of Things research, I was teaching in Italy at the International Center for Theoretical Physics, where we used to train engineers from the developing countries in wireless communication. So very often, that's when I learn about, regulations, frequencies that we can use, other that we can use, some in Europe, some in... So, but yet, in research, sometimes when you are in a closed environment, you can say, okay, I can try these regulations, these frequencies, which are not allowed, because it will not harm anybody. Okay? So that is one of the things that we can do. But yet, so there are, to answer your question, there are two things, two approaches. A bottom-up, so where we, grassroots researchers, we push, we start with research, we see that it's working, and we push, we force the regulation to advance with us. Other, a top-down approach, when we wait for the regulation frameworks to be done so that we can go with it. So, but I think that, as researchers, we are paid to push the limit. We are paid to push the limit. Let me give you an example of what happened. One, we must be strategic. That is the bottom line, we must be strategic. One of my colleagues, who was my PhD student when I was still teaching at UCT, was doing research on public safety. And we needed data for the police force. But every time that we are approaching the police stations, they'll promise us data, and they couldn't give it. Because of what? Confidentiality. Okay. So now what we did, we created our own data, which is mimicking whatever we found on the web in terms of incident. And also what we did, we follow another route. There was researchers at a hospital at UCT. They were working in an emergency, and they have all the cases of violence and things like that, stab wound and other things. So we could piggyback on that to get information so that we could start building our research. So we were limited by really the frameworks, because the police couldn't give us the data. But we as researchers, what we did, we passed through other mechanisms in order to get this data. So strategies that you take, and never limit your work, because you are limited by data. Data generation is becoming also another, data generation is becoming also another answer. We just submitted a paper also in one of the GlobeCom conference. What we did, we didn't have data on open source data. We found that open source data that we had on a security of lesser software-defined networking was not really meaningful, in the sense that it was not different from any network. So what we did, we generated our own data by building test beds. We ran this test bed for many months, and we collected data. Obviously, we share this data to show that we clean it, we share it, and after we started using it, and we publish a paper with that. So strategy is the only thing that you can do.
Okay, thank you. Can we just take one more question?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to get some comments around data sharing versus competition, because sometimes it is difficult to get data because, or to share data because of the competition. So I want some comment around that. Then in terms of the approach that you are using, the federated learning, is it applicable to any type of data or any type of research, or is specifically tailored for some type of research? And I also wanted to check in terms of some challenges that this federated learning have in terms of, say, data heterogeneity, where, for example, when you have some decentralized devices which are highly heterogeneous, there could be challenges in terms of aggregating and combining this diverse data effectively, and the variation in the data quality, the distribution, and the size of the data. So those challenges, how do you then circumvent them in your studies? Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. The problem of competition is there, and it will all be there. So if I know that, okay, it's just, I mean, competition will always be there because people are making money. It's just when people find incentive for sharing data that they can share their data. But as I said, in order, I mean, to break competition, you must be strategic. It's not only by asking the competition or getting the data which is hidden that you could have an idea of what your competitor is doing. You can pass through transit data in order to go above this barrier of competition. So by the way, it's not only competition, which is kind of limiting data sharing. So I was in a conference last year in Belgium where they were talking about AI, artificial intelligence for good, social good. So, you know, me working in a, so you come, you tell me that I have to take my data, find data everywhere in my department and share with you. If there is no incentive for that, maybe promotion or whatever, I will not. Many people, let's say, except if the boss of the company imposes that, okay, I need now to see data shared across my institution. So it's not only competition, it's also comfort zone. Human beings are what they are. So again, I mean, I'm pushing to the very often executive of a company or a nation or whether. So they have to be the one who are pushing this drive. So in terms of federated learning, indeed, when you have different clients, they have data which is totally different, very often. And not only in volume, some have little data, some have big data, and so on. And that is the reason why even, I mean, you try to be in this, if you have little data, the fact that you are in this federation, it will help you get a model which will help you a lot. So for those who know transfer learning, that is the basis of transfer learning. So, but yet, as you said, the data that we share, first of all the clients, the ideal situation, you remember that I said, the example that I'm talking about is horizontal federated learning. It means that you have all the clients have the same features. Their data have the same features, and they are all labeled. Okay? So in this case, obviously they are differing from what? From the volume. Some have much more data, other not. So the idea through aggregation, you end up, they all train a model collectively so that they end up with a better model through aggregation. But what happened if, for example, these clients have just identity, they have the same identity, they are interfering on identities, but in terms of features, they are not the same. In this case, what you do vertical federated learning. So there is other model that you deploy. And when there is no intersection, neither on the identities or the features, in that case, I mean, you do federated transfer learning, which is another model where you try to do some kind of alignment on features, identities, and other things in order to solve your model. That's what you do in terms of federated learning. So this is part of the research that we are working on currently, and we are expecting to submit a paper at ICC 2044. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We're gonna end here with a question and answer session. Thank you, Prof. Bagula. Before you could go and sit, the faculty has a token of appreciation that they have prepared, and we would like to hand this over to you. You can just step down here, and then Prof. Mukhanedi would come and assist in this item.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 50 years ago, Princess was born. Today is Professor Manduane Naudani's birthday. She's celebrating his half a century. You all know that I'm a good singer, but I'm not going to sing. Can we all say happy birthday, Prof?
Wow, thank you for this surprise. It's really in my mind today. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. There's one thing that I'm going to mention following Prof. Bagula's talk, and I really wanted him to sit down first. Prof. Bagula, with due respect, Prof. Bagula has lost a brother. And under circumstances like this, we expect that somebody can withdraw the talk. But Prof. Bagula, given his commitment and willingness to come and share his knowledge with the faculty, he decided to come and speak, but to cut his stay in the province short. So he will be going back. So have in the foyer from some of our sponsors who managed to come so that they can display their products and the services they offer. Please, during breaks, let's remember to then get to the foyer and check what they have. Then, as we move out of here, then we will have tea, and we're gonna have 10 minutes allocated for quick tea. Then from there, we will have to move to the different rooms. So let me check the time here. It's 10:15, meaning that 25 past, from now as you move out up to 25 minutes past 10, then you will have tea, and then 10 minutes later, then we will be starting in the different halls. Thank you. Okay, chairpersons, please collect see Prof. Masuku in front here. Chairpersons. Students should also load their talks.
A plenary presentation based mostly on the sugarcane industry. I'm going to introduce our first presenter. This is Dr. Lawrence Malinga. He's coming from the South African Sugarcane Research Institute. And he will be talking about the role of the sterile insect technique in integrated pest management of agricultural crops. As I said, the emphasis is on the sugarcane experience. Dr. Malinga, you can come in, please.
Is the presentation projected?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good morning, colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank the opportunity being given to me by the University of Limpopo to come up all the way from Durban and share the experiences of what we are doing in the sugarcane industry. Yeah, I hope everybody could see me. I'm a little bit tall, but yeah, I think anyway, I could see almost all faces. Yeah, I just want to share with you a story of the role of sterile insect technique in the integrated pest management of agricultural crops. My focus will be mainly on the sugarcane and the research that has been done by the South African Sugarcane Research Institute. Just a bit of a background, sugarcane, it's one of the primary source of all sugars. In fact, it's the main one, particularly in South Africa. And it is a strategic crop that it's grown in two different provinces of South Africa, that is Mpumalanga and KZN, as you could see on the map on the left-hand side. And it comprises a substantial percentage of the field crop, which brings about income to a lot of farmers within these areas. And currently, we have almost 22,000 growers that are producing sugarcane in the country, mainly which is over 20,000, it's the smallholder farmers. And they produce about 20 million tons every year of sugarcane, which is, sorry, it's from 14 million supply areas. And then those 14 millions meaning is the hectares that they produce it from within the two provinces. And then sugarcane is unfortunately attacked by different kinds of pests, which include a sugarcane stem borer, which is called Eldana saccharina. My story will be mainly based on this major pest of sugarcane. This sugarcane pest was recorded way back in the early 30s in the area of Umfolozi River, which is around the area of UKZN. That was around 1939. Then after that, the pest, because it's an indigenous pest that is found throughout South Africa and also part of Swaziland and Mozambique. So this pest has always been here and has moved, find sugarcane as a host, moving from other grasses. Then the second break came about in 1970, which was around the Mpumalanga area of Malelane and also in the south coast of KZN, which is the area of Port Shepstone. Then later on, we had a third break, which was about 30 years ago, which was in the Midlands North, around the Durban area. Then that one was caused by the severe drought that was experienced during that period, and it made the infestation to go up. Currently, as we observing that, we've got quite measures that we've looked at trying to control the pest. However, the infestation, it's again slowly growing up over the years. The Eldana, just a quick on your screen, the picture, that's a picture of the life cycle of the pest, which start as adults, 2 adults mate, then within 2 to 3 days you get eggs being laid, within 10 days you get larvae that is produced there. Then the second insta of that larvae would get into the sugarcane stalk, hence the name the stalk borer of cane, then which will take about 20 to 40 days inside the stalk, feeding and doing damage, eventually pupate either inside the stalk or go out and pupate from there. Then again, the cycle start again. Then what we've seen with, in terms of trying to work on this, over the 3 decades, past 30 years, the sterile insect technique has been introduced as part of pest management for this pest. And it is originally based on the work that has been done for the diphtherian pest. However, it has been brought into the lepidopteran, which is mainly moths, that caters also for the very same Eldana that we're talking about. And when it was brought into the country in terms of the research, the main research has mainly focused of lately now on the controlling the moths, which was the major problem in terms of the control. And then eventually SASRI, which is the South African Sugarcane Research Institute, it's currently developing a sustainable management of this pest using this tool. Just as the history of the research that has been done in South Africa, in 1996, the International Atomic Energy Agency approached researchers at the University of Stellenbosch to do the program of SIT. And the following year, they started a program with the fruit flies research. Then eventually in the 2000s, early 2000s, that's when SASRI also started the project for the Eldana. And also the false codling moth was started also, which has got currently a big facility that is running in the Western Cape in Citrusdal. Then later on, the mosquito group joined, particularly the NICD here in Johannesburg, and started also looking at using SIT for controlling mosquitoes. Then the last one that just joined was the Agricultural Research Council in 2013, which also started the implementation for this on the tsetse flies. The program that we follow for the Eldana and the control of it using the SIT program is based on the F1 population, meaning the first generation, from the parental generation to the first generation. And this program, it's species specific, and it is an environmentally friendly program, sort of, that's why it falls under biological controls. And the release of the insects are done in the field using the male moths, which will eventually compete with the females, compete with the wild males for mating with the wild females. Then eventually what you get there will be the F1 eggs that will be fertile, because what we do when we do the sterilization, we do partially sterilization, so you still get fertile eggs that would eventually, on the first on the F1 generation now, what you will eventually get is that you will get what is called an F1 inherited sterility, which means now that generation will inherit a full sterile population that would eventually produce eggs that are infertile. So on the picture that you have there, that's the whole process that we use for doing that. In our case, because we don't have the irradiator that is used to do the irradiation of this, we are using an irradiator that is based down in the Western Cape at Exit. So what we have to do is to send down pupae to Exit, the pupae that will image there. From then, males are irradiated, partially irradiated, then mated with unirradiated females. Then eventually, the eggs that are produced, they are couriered back to Durban. Then that's where we do the rearing of the F1 generation, which will now be fully sterile, and then eventually being able to release that in the field. Benefits of this program is that, one, as a biological program, we're trying to reduce the use of pesticides. Two, you try to produce a large number of infertile insects at a very low cost. And you also want to try and not introduce non-native species into the ecosystem. Just keep the very same population that you had before. And then also, as I've said earlier, this is an environmentally friendly and species-specific control method. And it also benefits in terms of increasing the crop and animal production in agriculture. As I've said, it's also used on other programs other than sugarcane. And lastly, it is able to breaking the target pest reproduction cycle, as I've already said before. Number of work that has already been done, as I've said, that over the past 30 years, SASRI has been working on this. Part of that was looking at, firstly, the biology of the pest itself, where we look at things like fecundity, the fertility, and the mating frequency. And through that, what was found was that the females could lay up to 800 eggs, and of which 50% are normally laid on the second day of the age of the female. And what it's found on that was also found that you get about 63% of fertility because males, those males who have mated once with females who have mated once with females who have mated once, sorry, and males can be able to mate up to 6 times. So, but that level of, which is above 50%, the 63% of the fertility, is what you find from the females that have mated with the males. And then another project that was done was on looking at the markers to identify the sterile adults. So what was done here was to use a dye that is incorporated into the diet that it's used to feed the moths. So, in fact, the larval stage of the moth. So this has been used to test that if you want to mark them and be able to identify them if they are in the field, so this would assist in terms of that. But we had to check whether does that have any impact in terms of the growth of the pest. But what we found was that that dye that has been used in the diet reduced the adult emergency with about 38%. And it reduced the fecundity with about 70%, and it also make the development stage of the pest to be a little bit longer. And also the other dye, that was the Sudan red dye, then the Calco dye was found not to have any impact on the growth of the pest. So hence is the one that we're currently using now in our programs. Then what we also found was that when we do the sterility, the irradiation, is that you need to have a certain dose rate that will enable to give you those partially sterile insects, which we are using 200 gray as our dose rate to sterilize the males. And furthermore, the key important thing, as we said, that these males need to compete in the field with the wild males that have not been irradiated. So it was important that we also look at the competition, the competitiveness of those males, that they are fit enough to be able to compete in the field. What has been found out was that sterile males, they form legs, they always go in groups, and in the cases of these insects, it is the males that calls the females. They form those groups, release the pheromones, then attract females to them. So and then mate with those wild females. Then at all the doses, because we looked at different doses starting from 100 gray, 150, 200, 250, until 350. So all those doses that we looked at, males were active and were still competitive. And the best performance was found at 200, like I said before. And then we also look now at the comparison of those one, because we've got a rearing lab looking at the lab-bred insects and the irradiated one and those one that are from the wild. So what we found out was that the wild did not have any discrimination in terms of those irradiated and those ones that are grown in the lab. So basically it means that they were mating with the very same insects despite that they were irradiated or grown in the laboratory. And then the irradiated males also mated more than the wilds, that's what we found out, and also more larvae per stock in control were found compared to those treated experiments. Then in terms of the artificial diet that Sasri has developed, we tried to look at optimizing that diet in terms of enabling us to get the best development of the pest. Then what has been done is using a carcass milling technique that included only 4 diets with different minimal ingredients. And then what we found from that was that the neonatal survival remained high between 20 to 27 days. And that 95% of the adults would emerge with a ratio of 1 males to females. And 1 males, as I've said earlier, could mate up to 6 times, and 90% fertility with almost 900 eggs that are laid by a female. Then we also looked at incorporating these 2 ingredients as part of the sterile diet. And what we find out from them was that the minimum common dietary, these are the minimum common dietary ingredients. And we find out that 60% they result in 60% reduction in the larval growth period. So meaning you get a shorter period for the larva to grow up until it pupates. And then we also find that that diet also increase the pupal weights. Then at the moment, the research that we currently doing, which I'm currently conducting, I've got about 3 master's students and 1 PhD student. What they are looking at, one is, since we're releasing the moths into the field, we want to look at a method of maybe trying to release the pupae. The reason of wanting to release the pupae in the field, it's easier to handle the pupae for transportation to the field from the labs. So as we transporting the pupae when we're doing the irradiation in Cape Town, so it's easier to handle that rather than handling moths. Moths are very sensitive. That could result on them being tired, losing the scales, and not being competitive in the field. So we want to look at releasing the pupal the pupae in the field as an alternative method rather than using the mods. But currently, since all this work has been done in the cages in terms of releasing, so we also running a project of releasing the very same mods now in the field, where we have a pilot study that is done in the Midlands, north and south of KZN, where we looking at releasing the same mods and look if we're gonna get the same results that we got in the cages and laboratory situation. Then we also have a program that we are doing with the International Atomic Energy Agency based in Austria, where we are looking at how do we advance the program of SIT by looking at the oviposition substrate selection, which is looking at different substrates where you expose the females to lay eggs and look which one will be the most preferred one that could be used for females to give more eggs for the program. Then we're also looking at the collection mechanism of the mods as we correcting the mods. It is at the moment done mechanically, which is too much, it's done by hand, which is too much of work to collect and separate males from females. So we're looking at a method that we could use now to be able to separate males and females and do the collection for the field. Then we're also looking at handling and transportation of those mods for the field projects in terms of, because you need to keep them at lower degrees so that they remain inactive when you're transporting them. Then they could start being active as soon as the temperatures goes up when you release them in the field. So we are busy looking now at that handling method of how to transport them to the field. And also under that program, we're also looking at how to optimize the field release mechanism. Because in the field, we have to have the best mechanism that will allow them to be released without having predators like birds to be able to come and feed on them. So we're looking at the best method on how to be able to release them. Particularly, this will work much better on the pupa release project, whereby if you leave pupae there, pupae won't be able to move instantly. So things like birds, those preyers like birds will be able to come and know where you've released and be able to feed on there. So we're looking also at that mechanism. And also, as what has been done in projects like the fruit flies, we also want to look at manipulating the temperature, manipulating the emergency rate using the different temperatures. What has been done in the other studies, particularly in the fruit flies, is that they have got a certain temperature, like a temperature of 32, where at the temperature of 32, if the eggs are put into the water bath with that temperature, that eliminates the females to emerge from that population. Only males will emerge from that. So we're still struggling about doing the sex ratios for this. So we want to look at how the temperature could be able to manipulate that. Then currently one of my students is working on the looking at this SIT program, combining it with genetically modified sugarcane. Sazri is currently working on developing BT cane, which is trying to follow the trends of your cotton, your soybeans and maize in South Africa. So we've got a huge project that's working on that. So the purpose of this project now is to combine the two control measures to control the very same pest. But this will assist in terms of saying the BT cane will be able to reduce the population, while the SIT program will be also assisting in terms of the resistance that could be happening to the BT cane. And then another program that I'm currently doing, I've got also a student there. We're doing it in collaboration with the University of Witwatersrand. And it is a program that is funded by Sandia from the US, and it involves other institutes like NICD, VETS, it's part of that, the ARC, it's part of that. We're looking at an alternative irradiation method. Currently, we are using a gamma method for all these experiments I was talking about. So now we're trying to look at using the X-ray irradiation, which is cheaper, it's easier to use, and it doesn't have all, because the other one using the cobalt, which is expensive, it's difficult to get it, and not safe to humans. So we're trying to look at this program. Currently, we're running this project both at our facilities, but the irradiation machine is here in Johannesburg at NICD. So we're looking at that alternative for that. Yeah, I think that is more a story of sugarcane and Eldana control. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, colleagues, we were listening to the presentation by Dr. Malinga. We could hear him talking more about the history of the sugarcane in South Africa. This was a good introduction because probably the majority of the people, they are not exposed much. They only know about the sugar when they are having their tea. We heard about the pest control strategies, which were mostly put in place to reduce the use of pesticides. Dr. Malinga also highlighted the sterile insect technique and the BTK as well, the use of the X-rays and the gamma methods, the advantages and disadvantages. With that kind of knowledge, right, I believe there are some people who might want to hear some clarification on some issues that he had presented. Do we have such? We can ask him questions now. Do we still have those revolving mics? Because I can see one hand this side and another one this side. Do we have another? Then the third one, right? We'll start like that, right? Okay, let's start from this side. Prof.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Doctor. Mine is, I think I've got two. The first one would be on the survival rate of the moths after release. Have you had challenges with that? What do you do to make sure that they survive in the wild, especially when it comes to competition with the wild ones? The second question is the impact of environmental conditions such as climate change on the competitiveness of the moths. The other ones are in the wild, which means that they are more adaptable to the conditions. Now, what happens with the ones that you have reared and you release them? Will the changes in environment have an impact on their survival or competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. The second person, Prof. Swane, you can pose your question.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga, or am I spelling it correct, pronouncing it correct? I'm impressed by the study, but I just wanted to check with you whether you also have a study which deals with dissemination of information from an agricultural extension point of view. How successful have you dealt with that? Or you are using only researchers to disseminate information? Just a little bit of comment based on that. Then the last one, I heard you talking about denying some males to mate or to have certain infertile eggs. So which means in a layman's point of view, you will be reducing the existence of those Eldana some years to come. And how is the ethic on that study? What does ethics say concerning that kind of trying to extinct some of these months? I'm saying this because I attended another study presentation in Cape Town, somewhere in the research institute there. I can't quickly recall the name, but if it is not Vakabiki or Fuarebere, something like that. So they were also radiating the fruit flies, and they were also trying to make them infertile. So the same question was raised to them. Maybe you have come across such questions that if you make all the fruit flies to be infertile, what will come? What will be the next generation know about fruit fly? Thank you very much. These long questions.
Okay, for this round, the last person to ask the question, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga, for your informative and eye-opening presentations. I've got 3 questions. The first one is, what is the success rate of the SIT in comparison to other control interventions that are used in IPM? Then the second one is, you might have touched on this one, but I might have missed it. Does it ever happen in the field, in the wild, that the females, they refuse or they deny to mate with the sterilized males that have been released in the wild? Then the last question, you mentioned the advantages of SIT, but you mentioned the advantages, but you did not mention the disadvantages. Surely there are drawbacks, because as we know that everything has disadvantages and advantages. Thank you.
Thank you. While Dr. Malinga is preparing to answer the first round of the questions, please just take note that amongst the 4 schools in our faculty, the executive dean managed to attend to this one, and this is the first one. And I believe this is a good appreciation of what agriculture is all about in South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to everybody for the questions. And one of my prayers when I started presenting, when I saw Professor Zwane, I was praying that he won't ask anything. I was with him recently on the extension conference that was held down in Richards Bay. Okay, let me try to attempt to respond to the questions. The first one was looking at the survival after release. Based on my presentation is when we've tested, as I've said, we've tested the fitness of the pest in comparison with the wild one, because we'll collect the wild one and also the ones that we're rearing in the lab. Then we've seen that they are sort of have the similar performance, similar level of fitness. However, yes, as we're doing now, they're releasing in the field. This is a completely new environment that they've not been exposed to. So one of the things that we're going to be doing in terms of looking at whether they do have the high rate of survival, it's based on the methods that we're going to be using in terms of now quantifying the effect of them in the field. One of those, we're doing monthly surveys in the field in terms of looking at the damages between the treated plots and those ones that are not treated. And also we're busy at the moment developing a trapping methods, which is widely used for the SIT programs in terms of release and recapture. What you do, you release, as I've mentioned, the issue of the dye earlier on. The reason why we use those markers, those dye, it's enabling us to be able to identify those insects that we've released in the field when we do the release and recapture. And that, in terms of those trappings, you look at the population that you recapture of the sterile wine compared to the field one. That will also give you the ratios and give you the idea of the survival of them in the field. Then in terms of the climate change and the adaptation, I think part of what I've just said to a certain extent is what we still have to see in these field experiments and see what comes out of that, because we're fully aware with the changes that are happening with the climate, because even with the very same population that we currently have, we've seen in areas where we had high infestation, all of a sudden it just disappeared. And in some other areas, you just get surprise of high infestation, and most effect has been coming from the issue of climate change. But hopefully with these field releases that we're currently doing, we will be able to get some answers towards whether there's any impact of climate change or that's happening in terms of the survival of these released mods. Then with the issue of the distribution of information on SIT from Prof. Prof, on the very same conference that we had of the extension, I was invited by the extension to give just info on SIT. SIT, it's still a concept that is not that much familiar in the South African context, rather much used by other countries, particularly your US. So we try by all means at the moment working with the extension guys to do that, giving out that information. We do some farmers' days with the growers that we work with, share that information. We've got also other platforms and also our magazines that we have. However, at the moment, one of the reasons why we've not gone too much in terms of information, since we're still developing the proof of concept for the Eldana, so we only just able to release what we have, the work that we've done. Currently, there's quite a number of papers that have already been published on this work. Currently working on 2 other ones that will be published before the end of the year. So we try, but extension, it's the key, because fortunately SASRI has got its own extension segment. So we work hand in hand with the extension guys, particularly whenever we go to their different regions. Then in terms of the ethics, one of the reasons why I always said, I have a wife who's into the medical industry. I always see whenever she writes proposals, she always talk about, I need an ethical approval. I said, thanks God, with my insects, I don't need any ethical approval. Prof, with the ethics on this, fortunately for us, particularly with this pest, this is an indigenous pest year, and sugarcane has been a secondary host. It's originally from the other grasses. So our intention is to suppress, not to eradicate. And as it is not originating from sugarcane, it is almost impossible to eradicate. It's unlike the cases where I was in Australia a month ago, where they are doing an eradication for fruit flies, Mediterranean fruit flies, which were invasive species. So in the cases of that, and so similar what Americans have done in terms of pink bollworm, if a pest it's not originating from your country, the target of SIT is to eradicate. But in our case, it's just to suppress. We're not intending to completely get rid of the pest. Then the success of SIT compared to the other programs. As we all know, firstly, in terms of controls, when you look at controlling insects with pesticides, that it will always be the best method, that is the most effective method, which any of the biological controls cannot be able to compete with. However, due to all those issues of environmentally friendly and all that, we're trying to look at those alternatives method that could help. But the key thing with it, the success of this, it can only work in collaboration with the other methods. Like as I've said on my presentation, when we look now and incorporating it with the BT. And also some of, on the experiments, the field experiments that we're doing currently, we're looking at saying, since SIT doesn't have an ability to reduce the population when there are high infestation, you also have to look at incorporating the application of pesticides, but now at a minimal, to say once you have a population that is too high above the normal threshold, then you can apply, just have one dose of pesticide application. Then from then, revert back to SIT. And one of the other things with the issue of SIT, which will also now touch on that question of, in relation of the success, but touching on the issue of when you spoke about the pros and cons of it, is that this is the program that when you start with SIT, like for an example, sugarcane, it's a crop that is planted and harvested on irrigated areas at 12 months, up to 24 months on the non-irrigated areas. So what happens is, it is crucial that SIT is a program that when you start it, you need to start it maybe because the borer is attacking the stalk. As soon as the stalk is at about 6 months old, depending at that growth rate. So you need to start that program. And once you start that program, you cannot stop. SIT need to be done on a weekly basis. At least one you can do, but we normally do 2 a week. You need to do 2 releases a week, and it needs to be done up until 2 months or so before you do harvesting. All these other similar programs, like the one of oranges, is the kind of same law. So that is one of the things that also give much of a problem, particularly with farmers. Farmers, they would apply SIT, then eventually when they've seen that the pest has been suppressed, they opt to stop. However, it is not advisable that you stop, because this is a biological control that as soon as you stop, then the population will go up, then you can have high infestation. Now you cannot be able to go back and suppress it again. So that will be one of those. And some of, like, as I've said also in the presentation, some of the challenges at the moment is to how to do the mass rearing. As part of the research institute, we are doing the proof of concept. Eventually, when you go to the commercialization of the program, it needs to be a collaboration with independent companies, exactly like what they do with citrus at the moment, because you need to have those facilities, you need to have vehicles that have got temperature control bags when you're transporting them to the field, and all those kind of things. At the moment, those are kind of challenges and the pros of it. There was the one of, the one of possibility of males, the sterile males not mating with the females in the field. As I've said earlier, that part of what we're doing, we want to look at that to say how much of the population do we get from that. Part of the surveys that we're doing, even on the surveys, you take 100 stocks from that treated field, go back, open the stock, survey the damage that is in each stock. If you find any pupae or any larvae, we take it back to the lab and also check if we develop it to the next generation, whether it's fully sterile or not. So that, in collaboration with that dye that I spoke about, this is enabling us to see whether what we've done in the lab, like I've alluded to earlier, to say in the lab we find that there's not discrimination. However, we hope that will be the same thing in the field, because in the lab we also use the very same wild insects that we get from the wild. Both the labs and the And the large cages, we use large cages. So we still hope that that could be the same scenario even in the field. I hope I've covered all the questions. Thank you.
Colleagues, we took the first round of questions, but for the sake of time, right, Dr. Malinga is still around for the whole day. During your lunch break or any other time, please have a chat with him. Unless if we have one burning question, one that we cannot wait for further 10 minutes or so. Do we have any? I have one hand. Please, let's make it quick. Meanwhile, we are waiting for the colleague to ask the question. The other presenters should get ready. Jenny, Abigail, and Moloko, they should get ready. Mind you, we are not going to have another tea break. We will already have a tea break. So from this setup now, we're going to get into the next session whereby we will be led by Dr. Motapo and Dr. Lechwalo. Yes. He said that there is one burning question.
Hello, colleagues. I have 3 questions here. You spoke about...
We said one. Can you make it one?
Okay. So you spoke about the treatment or options, but then I'm still confused looking at a substantial farming. We are mostly depending on sugarcane for at least making sugar, and we almost see this Eldana Sacharia in our sugarcane. So I was asking about the diseases related to this Eldana Sacharia.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yes, in terms of diseases, Eldana, we currently have a project that our pathology department is working on looking at the effect of boric acid in terms of the Eldana and Fusarium. Eldana and Fusarium, they sort of having this symbiotic relationship, mutual symbiotic relationship. So what you found is that as soon as the borer bore into the stock, that allows the pathogen into the cane. So basically, just to, in short, to answer your question is that, yes, it is, Eldana also sort of promote the issue of diseases in sugarcane, particularly with the issue of the Fusarium.
Thank you, Doctor. Right. Yes, as we are progressing with our program, I would like to call upon the next presenter. Is Jenny around? Mokauka? Okay. And this means that we have to go to Abigail Paladi. This is our master student in the Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production. She will be presenting on a topic related to the assessment of production objectives and trade preference of sheep farmers at Lenting and Mokorong villages in Lepelankovi. The presenter preferred to stand in front of the audience, and that means I will be the one moving the slides. The point.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ms. Paladi AM, and I'll be presenting my study titled Assessment of Production Objective and Trade Preferences of Sheep Farmers at Linting and Makurum villages of Lepelle and Kumpi Local Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. I'm under the supervision of Prof. T.L. Tiazi and co-supervision of Prof. Otada. This is the presentation outline that I'll be following throughout my presentation. In South Africa, sheep farming is done all over the country, and it's mostly intense in the dry parts of the country. This includes your Northern Cape, your Western Cape, your Free State, and Limpopo, among other provinces. But in the Limpopo province, the diverse sheep population is necessary for the present and the future livelihoods of rural farmers, and is considered to be advantageous when compared to other classes of farm animals. This is due to their short generational interval and then their ability to adapt to harsh environments. But then sheep farming needs production improvement. As such, the concept of community-based breeding program is being introduced. Regardless of the existence of a large sheep population and their multiple purposes, the average sheep productivity is generally low. The cause for low productivity is known to be numerous, although it is largely related to the limited knowledge in livestock genetic improvement. Hence, to design and implement an effective improvement program, a thorough investigation of farmers' knowledge is required. However, the production objective and the trade preferences of sheep farmers at Linting and Makurum villages for the development of a community-based breeding program are not yet known. As such, the aim of the study was to document the existence of the production objective and the trade preferences of sheep farmers at Linting and Makurum villages of Lepelle and Kumpi Local Municipality for the implementation of designing a community-based breeding program. The objective of my study were to identify the socio-economic status, the production objective, the trade preferences of these sheep farmers at the two villages mentioned. The research questions are in line with the objective of my study. The study was conducted in two villages, which is Linting and Makurum of Lepelle and Kumpi Local Municipality, which is situated in the Capricorn district of Limpopo Province, South Africa. A cross-sectional experimental design was used during the data collection, whereby the data was collected from the sheep farmers in these two villages at once. A multi-stage sampling procedure was used for sampling. The stages, there were three. In the first stage, Lepelle and Kumpi Local Municipality was purposely selected due to the substantial number of sheep farmers that are found in the area. Second stage, there were two villages that were selected, which is Linting and Makurum. And the reason was because of the sheep farmers that are found there that are working with the agricultural extension workers. So the third stage, the sheep farmers at these two villages, they were randomly selected to participate in the study. A representative sample of sheep farmers at the two villages was calculated using the Yaman's formula. And then with the calculation, a calculated sample was of 44 from Linting, 56 from Makurum was expected. But upon data collection, we got 30 farmers from Linting and 40 farmers from Makurum. The data was collected using a semi-structured questionnaire, and the data that was collected, it was analyzed using a statistical package, SPSS 2020 version 29. Descriptive statistics, which is frequency and our percentage, were used to achieve objective 1 and 2. Index of ranking of preferred traits was used to achieve objective 3. A chi-squared statistic was used to contrast the categorical variables between the two villages at 5% significant level. The table 2 shows the results of the socio-economic status of the sheep farmers. From the variables, we can see that gender and occupation, they are not significant. But then looking at both villages, the number of male farmers, they were higher with Makurum having 31 and Linting having 18. Looking at the level of education, we were able to find that the level of education in these villages is highly significant, with majority of the farmers on Makurum having an educational level of 40, and then majority of the farmers in Linting having an educational level at secondary. Table 3 shows us the production objective that we got. In terms of the variables of the production objective, they were all significant. But then wealth and personal fulfillment, dowry payment, cultural rights, and income, they were highly significant. And when it comes to our third objective, which was the trade preferences of the breeding rams, from the 2 villages, we were checking in terms of the traits that the farmers preferred. And in terms of the overall index, which is circled in blue, we can see that when it comes to the mating ability, when it came to the body size, when it came to the growth rate, they were the top preferred rankings that the farmers preferred in terms of their breeding rams. Table 5 shows the result from the trade preferences of the breeding ewes. Same thing, we were asking the farmers in Makurung and the farmers in Liting, and upon asking them, the overall ranking was that mothering ability was preferred as the first one, the second one was mating ability, and then the third one was lambing interval in terms of the breeding ewes. The findings of the current study were consistent with the studies done in 2022, who found that there is a highly significant level on education with no significance on gender among the sheep farmers in Nigeria. However, several studies that were done in 2022 and 2023 contradicted the findings of the current one, to say that with their study they found there was no significance on educational level. This could be due to the difference in the geographical areas of the sheep farmers. From the study done in 2018, it was reported that the small ruminants, which is our sheep and our goats, were kept mainly for income purposes and ceremony and insurance over the food production such as meat and milk. This was done in Gambia on sheep, on Jakul sheep and West African dove goats. The importance that is given to this production objective confirm what has been observed in preceding studies that suggest that most of the small ruminants are kept mainly for ceremonies rather than production, which is breeding. And since they are sold at a younger age, chances of selling animals that are highly productive are very high. In terms of the preferred traits of breeding rams, the studies done in 2011 and 2012 agreed with the findings of the result that I got in terms of appearance, body size, and coat color. But then a study done in 2022 reported a different result from the current study, whereby with their study they preferred performance, body size, and temperament in ownership in Botswana. This could be due to the difference in the breed and environmental factors that the farmers in Botswana were having. The findings of the preferred ewes, they were consistent with the finding done in 2018 in southern Ethiopia. But then another study that was done in 2023, it also reported the same findings with the current one. Even though the order of importance was reversed, they found that mothering ability, body size, and coat colors were the top preferred traits. It must be noted that heterogeneity in the preference for the rams and the ewe trait could likely be due to the difference in the production system. They could be having extensive, while others are having intensive, the sheep breed that is used, and the socio-cultural characteristics of the sheep farmers. The present study implies that the sheep farming in the rural area is mainly male-dominated. This was expected since the traditional and the customary patterns of South African rural farmers consider men as the head of the family. Chances is that they will be the last one who are making decisions in terms of keeping the livestock. With most of the sheep farmers having secondary and above levels of education, as such, it will be easier to train them to practice the new approaches such as community-based breeding program to improve and have a profitable sheep production. Although the sheep that were kept for multiple purposes, they are predominantly kept for income, which is our financial, and then the cultural, which is our cultural rite and ceremony, with body size and mothering ability as the most preferred trait. Therefore, researchers and extension officers must conduct workshops for smallholder farmers in order to train them to decide on their production objective before choosing their preferred trait, as this has an influence on productivity. What I'm trying to say is that if a farmer is looking to have a production where they're prioritizing income on their sheep, they should choose body size. And if a farmer is looking to have the production on his farm looking at selling for ceremony, they should prefer choosing coat colors over the other traits. These were some of the references that were used during the study. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo Department of Agriculture, Economics, and Animal Production for giving me the opportunity to study the research, Prof. T.L. Tiasi and Prof. O. Tada for their supervision, Tiasi's research team, and NRF for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail, for the energetic presentation. Colleagues, you heard about the socio-economic profile of the Lepeleng-Kumpi farmers who rear sheep. We also heard about the production objectives. Why do they keep those sheep? Is it for fun, or is it for business, or is just for eating at home? We also heard about the preferences in terms of their trades, that they would say that, no, I want to keep my sheep because they give me joy. Do we have questions? We can only take, because of the issue of time, we can only take 3. And make sure that when you are now passing on your questions, please, to give other people a chance, you can ask 1 question. We say one question per person. Yes, we have 1 here. Do we have any other one? We have the second one. And the third one, I think will be done, 1. Mind you guys, these presenters, they are all with us, right? If you have still something to talk about, they will respond to you. Did you get that, Prof. Lamini? Right at the end there. Dr. Malinga, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a beautiful presentation and nice study. I just wanted to find out, in terms of your socio-economic status that you recorded there, were you able to relate that to the farming system that they are using, to say what impact does that have in the farming system that they are using?
Right, that's the first one. And the second one, we are here on our assessor.
Thank you, good work, and keep up the good work. Mine is very simple. You gave us an overall picture, particularly on the 2 villages that you work on the breeding practices and production objectives. So what? What's next?
Yeah, I think you captured that. The question is, what's next? Okay. Now the last question.
Thank you for a very energetic presentation. I saw that there's breeding practices in the title, although I did not hear anything about what breeding practices were they using in the different localities.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. I will start with the one of the breeding practices. You were saying in the presentation, the title, let's go to it. You were saying in the title you had something about the breeding practices and I did not touch on them. As the title is saying, the production objective and the trade preferences. So there was no breeding practices, that's why I did not touch on them. Yeah. So, okay, I'll go to the next one. So the next question was like, what's next? Since I've explained everything, what's next? The reason, well, in terms of what's next, it's relating to the issue of the community-based breeding program. In order for one to have a community-based breeding program, we must go to the farmers, ask them why are they farming, which is their production objective. If they are farming for income, if they are farming to have for ceremonies, if they are farming in order for breeding, what do they want to achieve? And then we go to their trade preferences. In terms of the trade that they want, if you are farming for income, chances you'll be looking to choose trade that is like body size, growth rate. So after taking into account their production objective and their trade preferences, we can sit down with them to help them in their selection. To say, going forward, if you want to, since you are looking at this objective for your farm, please, going forward, please choose on this method and this other method. In order to relate this one, when coming to the REMs, we found that in the villages, most of the farmers in the villages, the productivity is low. Chances is that everyone is keeping their own REM. So what we do is that we sit down with them, we advise them to say, instead of choosing your own REM, how about we come as a community together and we choose one REM that is very profitable, one that we see its characteristics can supply the whole village, instead of each one using their own. And in terms of breeding, we'll then advise them to say, instead of selling them at a younger age, how about you sell the ones that you are sure you don't want in your production? Let's say you have an ewe that has a body size which is preferable, but then you are selling it. Chances is that you are you are taking profit out of your own farm. So what we will advise them is to say, please keep the ewe that has higher body size, and please sell the one that is slimmer. Chances is that it will be selling to people who want ceremonies. They don't care about body size, they care about coat color. And then the last question was in terms of the farming system and the socio-economic status. The one that I will touch on is the issue of the male dominated. We found that in terms of the socio-economic status that we found that in the rural areas, most of the farming is male dominated. When we were going into the different villages that we were there, we found that most of them it's males. So the chances is that they are ones who are making decisions. Yes, they make decisions, but then they leave. They leave the villages to go to the cities, whereby they continue, whereby they are going for better working conditions. So the females are stayed behind. So what we are saying is that also we encourage them, instead of making the decision and leaving to go to Gauteng, can you please involve the ladies, which is the woman or the wife in this case, because they are the ones who are there on daily basis, they see the productivity. So in order to help balance, they will, when we go there, we would find that the males are there, we would talk to them, they would leave, the females will not get the information that we are advising them. So we are saying to them, instead of having a male-dominated family, how about we include even the female, so that together, when we come there, we stick with the male, you leave, it's fine, then the lady continues in the house and the productivity is increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Paladi.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for our energetic presenter. Okay, the next presenter, guys, is going to be a virtual presentation. We believe that everything has been set up. It's from the presenter is going to be Moloko Sebone. And now we are faced with a situation that the presenter is not in the group. Okay. Hi, Moloko. Can you hear us? You might as well switch on your microphone. Okay, there goes the presentation title, Evaluating Environmental Practitioners' Perception Towards Environmental Impact Assessment. Follow up, these are the lessons from the filing station projects in the Limpopo province. Can you hear us? May you please say something so that we could hear you? It's gone now. Yeah, hopefully. Use one. Colleagues, shall we have the next presenters getting ready? This is taking long. We just hope that he's going to connect now and present. Dr. Motapo, Dr. Leswalo, you are requested to grace the podium. Colleagues, with all these technical difficulties, we hope the students will be given the opportunity to present at some other time. Now let's move on to the second session, and we have Dr. Mutapo, please come in.
No, the student is good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you, Prof. We are going to continue with the presentation session, and I will be sharing with the help of Dr. Letsoalo. Without wasting time, I would like to call our presenter. So, Huma Anati, are you with us? Please come. Other presenters, have you already loaded your presentations? If you haven't, please make sure that you load it. We are already behind in terms of time, so I'm going to make sure that we stick to time. So in terms of presentations, we allocate 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questions. Ready? You can start.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I am Anata Souma. Today I'll be taking you through my research paper, which says the operational elements of vegetable cooperatives, the case of agricultural cooperative societies in King Sabata Dalinjebo local municipality in the Eastern Cape province. This paper is a previous research paper which was prepared by myself, so Ma'anat and Dr. Yusuf, and for the preparations of this research day, it was modified by Professor Zwane. This is my background of the study. Briefly, I would like to define what agricultural cooperatives are. Agricultural cooperatives are cooperatives that produces, processes, and market their agricultural products, and also supply agricultural inputs and services to its members. And they are three agricultural cooperatives, which is the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary cooperatives. However, this research was based on the primary agricultural cooperatives. In South Africa, government has invested heavily to support newly established agricultural cooperative societies, and financial investments have been made by many other institutions to support ACS development in this country, and these efforts were made to promote sustainable cooperatives, to address unemployment issues, and to promote equality, and also to reduce poverty. Extension service is one major support structure put in place by the government to support the ACS. The problem statement. Extension support includes the following, which is input supply training programs on conflict resolution, provision of advices towards business plan, resource and farm management, and also to promote the use of new agricultural innovations. Despite those levels of support, many ACS continue to flounder, while some have completely liquidated. Sustainability of these cooperatives has become an ongoing challenge, hence there was a need to conduct a study of this nature. The importance of this research lies in its potential to assist in discovering the challenges confronting the sustainability of ACS. The investigation will provide information that would be used to enhance and enable the sustainability of vegetable ACS in the study area, and also to contribute to the available literature regarding the sustainability challenges of ACS in South Africa, particularly in the Eastern Cape. The aim of the paper was to assess the key operational components of vegetable cooperative societies and the level of extension support provided to ACS in the study area. The specific objectives were to identify record keeping, financial management, and conflict resolution. And the last one was to explain the contribution of agricultural extension services towards the sustainability of vegetable cooperative farmers. The research questions were in line with the objectives. This is the methodology and analytical procedure of the research paper. This map here shows the study area, and this in my far right there's a map of South Africa, and Eastern Cape is next to the red kind of circle, and within the Eastern Cape you have the OR Tambo. We have different districts, but the study was in OR Tambo district, and within the OR Tambo district there are local municipalities around, and KSD is one of them, which is highlighted in green, and then there's the arrow that's pointing to the villages where the cooperatives are situated. And this table one here shows the coded cooperative names and the study area. This one is the cooperative. This one is the cooperative names from Vegetable Cooperative 1, from Vegetable Cooperative 1 to the last Cooperative 10, and these are different members for each cooperative, and these are the villages where the cooperatives are situated and the local municipality. This table here shows the data collection, questionnaire test, and data analysis. In data collection, 10 ACS were purposely selected, which sums up to 63 members, and however, one board of director member from each ACS was interviewed through an unstructured questionnaire that was done in an open-ended questions. Questionnaire test, the questionnaire was tested through a face validity and a reliability test at the Raymond Mhlaba municipality to check the internal consistency for reliability of all sections that were included in the questionnaire. Current batches alpha reliability coefficients was tested, and these were the values that came out of the questionnaire, which for the first section it was, oh my goodness. For the first section, it was 0.82. For the second one, it was 0.71. And for the third one, it was 0.76. This value implies that the questionnaire was fit to be used as an instrument for the main data collection. And on data analysis, the data was analyzed through descriptive statistics by means of frequency and percentages. It was run in SPSS. The findings of the research based on record keeping, it was found that a majority of cooperatives claimed to have organized trainings for its members on record keeping, which means that those cooperatives were not dependent solely on the government to provide everything for them. On financial management, the cooperatives have never claimed that they have never hired an expert to manage their cooperatives. Positions are mostly delegated to their chairpersons or cooperative members. The cooperatives claimed that they do not have enough funds to hire expert managers. The cooperatives have claimed that they have functional bank accounts, and depositing money into their cooperative accounts daily, meaning that they comply with the Cooperative Act of 2004, Act 15 of 2004. The cooperatives under conflict resolution operate under the terms of formal written constitution, and they claim that they rarely have incidences of internal conflicts. And when some of them, they claim that they do have conflicts, but when that arises, they indicated that the cooperative chairpersons and board of directors usually act as the mediator between the conflicts. And in extension, the cooperatives indicated that there is more form of interactions between the cooperatives and extension field officers. However, the frequency of interactions is mostly monthly, quarterly, and yearly. The cooperatives claim that the extension officers only visited them to provide some of advisory services, meaning that they never train them on some of the things that they suffer from. In conclusion, the outcome from the study showed that members were mostly involved in daily running of the cooperatives, governance, and decision-making processes. The majority of ACS are constrained by the lack of training on its members on conflict resolution, record keeping, and financial management, which emphasizes the importance of agricultural services towards the sustainability of ACS. The recommendations is that there is a need to improve the frequency of extension visits, training, and follow-up appointments, whereby when they have trained cooperatives, they should go and also monitor and also evaluate based on the trainings that they did. That can be improved through the level of interaction could be improved by hiring more of agricultural graduates that will offer frequent training and that is free and accessible to the public, and also to the government to reinforce ASs to reinvest in their cooperatives. Those are the references that I used, and I would like to acknowledge the Faculty of Science and Agriculture for granting me this opportunity to showcase and improve my presentation skills and prepared me towards finishing my thesis. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sohuma, for using your time effectively. I can allow 5 questions. We have 5 minutes for questions, but each, it must be 1 question for each person. Questions? You can go ahead, Prof.
Thank you very much, Shauma. I heard you mentioning primary agriculture cooperatives, secondary and tertiary. Can you just give us more information? Sorry. Can you just give us more information about each of these cooperatives? What is the difference among these? Briefly, thank you.
You can take it.
The difference between these three cooperatives, in primary cooperatives, it's where farmers, like individual farmers, they meet, let's say 5 of those individual farmers, 5 and above, where they meet and come with their resources and work together in order to produce for the market, or to offer consistency in terms of supplying to the market. And the secondary cooperative is whereby 2 or more primary cooperatives combine their resources and work together towards supplying for the market. And in tertiary cooperatives, it's whereby 2 or more secondary cooperatives, which is a large group, combine their resources together towards a common goal. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, in absence of questions. Okay. Yes, you can go ahead.
There are several weaknesses about cooperatives in South Africa, and one being economic viability, leadership, and you name them. So what does your work, or how will your work contribute mainly in improving?
Especially the youth. As per the backgrounds, we can see that the province urgently requires sustainable high-impact development that will improve the socio-economic conditions. But then we're saying the access to sufficient water is key to support these developmental needs of the province, so as to uplift the province of those socio-economic conditions. In terms of the problem statement, in terms of the water availability of the province is considered water stressed because we experience frequent droughts, and the temperatures are very high, and the rainfall is low and unevenly distributed throughout the province. The province water resources are already strained due to elevated demands from different sectors. We know the mines that are expanding in the province, and the industrial sectors that are being introduced throughout the province, and the domestic consumption, which is high in terms of delivering for that population that is increasing. So the province, like the rest of the country, desperately needs sustainable economic growth to address the rampant poverty, inequality, and unemployment, those socio-economic conditions we have listed. Then the province has the development plan that is also aligned to the National Development Plan. And we see that in terms of priority 2, which entails transformation and modernization of provincial economy, it focuses on different sectors that need to be looked at so as to address those socio-economic conditions, including the agriculture, the tourism, mining, manufacturing, construction, and the waste economy. And some of these identified priority development projects, to give effect to this, include the coal and energy around the Lephalale area, the platinum mining around towards the Mokopane area, and coal, as well as the tourism around tourism attractions around the province. Surely, this development requirements or program or projects will require significant quantities of water to materialize. But due to prevailing and projected water limitations in the province, the implementation of these projects and programs might be constrained. In terms of the rationale why the study is important, the development sector in the province faces a major challenge with respect to sustainable long-term water availability. So we are aware that the water is a scarce resource, but it's also a very important or a key input to economic activities. So there's been significant amount of work that has been done around the province and internationally, or in fact, also nationally, in the related subjects. But however, we're saying the findings of these studies, most of these studies have mostly been limited to describing historical and projected changes of rainfall, the temperatures, river flows or runoffs. And although these studies, they provide insights into the issues of historical water availability changes around the province, there is a dearth of, or lack of research in decrypting this information for the benefit of the development sector in the province. So there is an urgent need to investigate the current and future development plans of the province and the associated water requirements across the province in the 5 district municipalities of the province. So in terms of the aim of the study, what does the study aim to achieve? The aim of the study is to assess the potential impacts of water resources limitations on future development needs within the province of South Africa. The objectives, 4 objectives listed for this to achieve to be achieved in this project. The first one is to assess the current water availability of each of the district municipalities of the Limpopo province. Then the second one is to determine water requirements for the identified developmental imperatives for the district municipalities of Limpopo province. And the third one is to evaluate the projected water availability scenarios for the municipalities of the province, those district municipalities of the province. And lastly, to model the implications of projected water availability scenarios on the different development imperatives of the district municipalities of Limpopo province. And here, the research questions that are linked to the objectives. The first one is, what is the current water availability of each of the district municipalities of the province? And then number 2, what are the requirements of the projected development imperatives of the district municipalities? And then number 4, what are the implications of projected water availability scenarios for the development imperatives of the district municipalities of the province? These are just showing the district municipalities of our province, Limpopo province. And this figure just shows the whole methodology that involved in carrying out the study, defined in terms of all those objectives. In the first one, we are going to run the Pittman model. These are the models that the water and sanitation uses to assess our water and to plan for our water availability and resources. So the first one, we're going to run the Pittman model. This is the rainfall runoff model to generate our runoff data, and that is going to be the input into the water resource yield model, which is going to produce the yield at different levels of assurance of supply. And number two, under the second objective, we are going to determine water requirements for identified development imperatives of the district municipalities. And here we've got 3 stages. The first is going to be about identify all the development in the 5 districts. And the second is to determine the water requirements of those projects. And then we are going to undertake the key informants interviews to fill in the gaps of the information that is required. In the third objective, we are going to run the Pittman model, and we generate the runoff, and then that runoff goes into the water resource yield model. But in this case, we are going to use the projected climate data using the SSP 2 on the 4.5 and the SSP 5, 8.5, and then we generate the yields. This is for the future requirements. And then on the last one, that's when we now do the comparisons in terms of the amount of water we have and the requirements of the future development projects. Are we in balance, or we're going to run short of water, or things like that? So this is just the description, the description of what I've just explained. Under the objective 1, you can see, as already, this is just the details to just elaborate what I've just said. And Here, this is just the schematic of the model, the Pittman model. You see the green ones just showing what is happening on the surface as it rains. You have precipitation that comes, then the potential evaporation, and then the brown ones just showing the subsurface processes. Once the water infiltrates under the ground, what happens, percolation and things like that. And then the red ones. Okay, thanks. So this is just the structure of the requirements in terms of what you put into the model: irrigation module, runoff module, the Pittman model. So this is where we enter the data and what happens. The system, how does it, undertake what the modeling. And this is the example of what comes out as from the water resource yield model. And then this is just the objective number 2. I just elaborated on that as well. And then objective number 3 and objective number 4. So in terms of scientific contribution, the outcome of the study will be critically important to the relevant government and development agencies who have always prioritized various development projects, and without due consideration of the limitations that may be posed by water scarcity. The study outcome have policy implications as well, and the outcome of the study may assist in decision making relating to identifying suitable district, for particular in development in terms of the water-wise issues. The study will make recommendation to address the gap that exists with regard to water planning at local level. That's the district municipality level. And that's just our administrative issues that we are also required in terms of to undertake the study, and the availability of research and things like that. This is just to acknowledge the assistance from my supervisors, and I think that's, just a reference listing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasisi. I can only take 2 questions for the presenter. Do we have questions for Rasisi? Okay, Prof.
I saw how many, 4 or 5 research questions you formulated. Do you think that you'll be able to answer those research questions with the data that you are going to collect, analyze? Some of them are very general, research questions. It may not be able to answer them precisely or even 50% of or whatever. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor. Prof, may you please repeat that question? I don't think he got it right. Prof, yes.
Okay, the question is, I saw about 3 or 4 research questions you have formulated there, and most of them are very general questions. Do you think that you will be able to give answer to those research questions with the data that you are going to collect and do analysis and so on? That is my question. Okay.
Thank you for a very good presentation. I just wanted to ask you, in one of your diagrams, you were talking about the runoff models, for example. Have you already identified those models?
Thank you. You can respond.
Thanks for the questions. The first one about the research questions. Well, the research questions were designed in terms of the objectives, and they are very much aligned with the objectives in terms of what has to be achieved for each of those objectives. And we're quite certain that you'll be able to achieve those and come up with useful information out of that. And the other one is about the rainfall runoff model. The Pittman model that I just spoke about, and the planning model. are exactly the models that we are going to use. And I just explained that these are exactly the same models that our National Department of Water and Sanitation uses to plan for the water supply and for the country. So those two models that we are going to, that I've listed, the Pittman model or WRSM 2000 and the water resource yield model, are exactly the two models that we are going to use to analyze the rainfall and the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rasisi. Neswisi, you can step down. Our next presenter is Bango. Happy Bango. Are you with us? Okay, then after Happy, we have Mukwena. Mukwena, are you with us? Mukwena? Okay, then we also have a Southern. Southern? Okay, Southern, the stage is yours.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the train of thought, which is comparison of fuzzy logic and frequency ratio. Mapping for flood risk. This is a case study of Mamadimo Park in South Africa. Flood events have and are difficult to forecast because of their unpredictable nature. They are enormous amounts of water that cover the dry areas and occur usually during or after heavy rainfalls. Mamadimo Park has experienced flooding in the past year, particularly along the areas of the river as well as the R71. They were the most hit by the floods of March 2022. The floods were instigated by heavy rainfall experienced in the study area during a period of 3 days, filling the nearby river and leading to it overflowing into the floodplains where many people have established their homes. Due to climate change, the land has transformed and the floodplain, which may have seemed to pose no threat, has now become a source of disaster for the Mamadimo Park region. Climate change and global warming impacts have increased the frequency and intensity of floods in South Africa. As we stand, South Africa has a flood risk of about 83%. And this is precedent in the 2022 year, where recorded floods had destruction rates that were alarming, with KZN topping the charts according to a death toll of about 459 people. In Mamadimo Park, the experienced floods left residents with flooded houses and yards, caused destruction to public infrastructure such as roads, and created major delays in the business day operations of the study area. Statistical methods for flood risk in South Africa are useful for estimation and prediction, but they lack the spatio-temporal elements, the important where and when. Statistical methods further limit the potential of disaster management plans. In a period of 30 years, South Africa has seen 70 flood events that claimed over 1,000 lives. This is evidence that lack of adequate legislative frameworks to protect against floods have been linked to poor modeling of flood risk, such as the statistical methods and models. Unlike statistical methods and models, the fuzzy logic and frequency ratio include spatial and temporal references to their models. GIS-based modeling can also help enhance disaster management plans by providing modern technology as well as data-driven approaches that will aid flood disaster readiness as well as response. This study proposes an alternative to statistical methods by using advanced techniques such as the fuzzy logic and frequency ratio to address the shortcomings of the previous flood analysis practice, thus enhancing flood risk management of Mamadimu Park. The aim of this study is quite simple. We just wanted to model the flood risk of Mamadimu Park in Limpopo, South Africa. To achieve that, we had to generate flood risk maps using the fuzzy logic as well as the frequency ratio techniques, where they would be subjected to a comparison of accuracy for the study area. Mamadimu Park is a recent locality in Mankweng, and for those who want to visit, it is located at the slide mentioned coordinates. It has an average annual temperature of 28 degrees Celsius that can go up to 17 degrees at night, experiencing annual rainfalls of about 74 millimeters. The flood conditioning factors of the study area were identified as the distance to the rivers, the slope, rainfall, elevation, topographical wetness index, which is the TWI, drainage density, as well as land cover. The analysis of the study area took place in a GIS environment where land cover, land use, as well as distance to rivers were reclassified as they came in vector format. All layers were subjected to a reclassification process for easy manipulation, and the frequency ratio model had FR and PR values, which when simulated will give us the frequency ratio map, as well as the fuzzy logic had fuzzy memberships, which when simulated gave us the fuzzy logic map. Both maps were subjected to validation using the receiver operation characteristic curve as well as the area under curve, commonly known as ROC/AUC. Please pay particular attention to these maps. On your right is the fuzzy logic map. As you can see, it has a very high risk of proneness to floods. The unfortunate circumstance we experienced with this model was that the expectation, when you look at the circle saying upstream, there it's looking at a river profile. Upstream would have higher elevation and downstream would have lower elevation. Flooding normally occurs in the lower elevation, but according to this model, the higher elevation also had a very high proneness to floods. Coming to the frequency ratio model, our expectation was met by the result that the upper part of the stream would have either low or very low proneness to floods, and then the downstream would be the most vulnerable to the floods. For those who travel in between Mankweng and Polokwane, this is the R71 road. As you can see, it cuts through the central part of the study area where there is a lot of vulnerability. To summarize those two maps, we had 5 risk classes for the fuzzy logic, and the highest class was very high with a 75% coverage of proneness to floods, and the central region of the study area showed the highest potential of risk due to the low elevation. The frequency ratio results also had 5 classes, with the highest class being moderate proneness to floods, covering 61% of the study area, and the flood risk was following the stream networks in the study area. Looking at the 2 graphs, these are the accuracy. As you can see, most of the data points of the fuzzy logic fall under the random guess line, which could explain why the model performed so poorly. and the accuracy of this model was 0.664, which translates to a 66% accuracy. Coming to the frequency ratio model, most of the data points fell above the random guess line, giving us a satisfactory result. Hence, the model had a accuracy of 0.689, translating to a 69% accuracy. In conclusion, the Mamadimo Park has seen its share of floods in the past, and according to this study, we are expecting to keep seeing them flood events. For an effective management of floods, especially in an era where climate change and global warming increase the frequency and intensity of these natural disasters, the validated maps can be used for mitigation measures in the Mamadimo Park area to prevent against future flood events. Furthermore, this study can be used by government officials for better decision making and improved disaster management plans. So, we recommend that more studies should consider frequency ratio models, as they can predict floods better in scenarios where we have less flood conditioning factors such as this study area. And we also recommend that to improve the results obtained in such a study area, a bigger study area should be used to allow for more variability in the flood conditioning factors. I would like to give thanks to my supervisor, Mr. Frederick Mashao. I hope he's here. Secondly, I would like to thank my family for the support they've been giving me throughout this journey. And lastly, I would like to thank the peers who assisted in making this research project a reality. These are some of the references that we used. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Southern. Can I take questions? Questions for him? We still have more time for questions. Okay, over there.
Thank you, Mr. for the wonderful presentation. I just need clarity on when you're talking about previous studies. You said the previous studies, they lacked the issue of spatio-temporal, and you talk about where and when. But based on my understanding, when you talk about the issue of spatio-temporal, you're talking about space and time, and on your maps or on your study, there is no clarity when it comes to time. Thank you.
Just to correct you, it's not previous studies, but rather the statistical methods. And to answer your question, the study couldn't give a detailed outline due to time in which we didn't have much of. But what I can simply say to give you an expression of the temporal assurance is that normally this would happen in your rainy season. So that would be during the months of December to early April. I hope you are covered.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. One. Yeah, he can go on.
I should stand up.
Write them down. Write them down.
Sorry. Hi, thank you for the beautiful presentation. It was nice to see that there are other ways to actually map flood risk. My question is, do you think maybe the validation results could have been improved if maybe the quality of the input data was better? For example, if I may ask, your DM, you mentioned that you use DEM, right? May I please ask the resolution of the DEM and if maybe you have used existing, maybe 30 meters, or maybe it was like something different? And do you think if that was way better, maybe the results of your data would have been way better? I hope I'm not mumbling.
The second one over there.
Hi, Austin. Thank you for that presentation. My question is for future research. Are you planning to consider the development factors next to the R71, which is contributing to the increased flooding events that are taking place there?
And then the last one. Okay, no, it's fine. You can respond.
To answer the lady over there who was asking about the inputs, I would take this as a comment to make the study better. Your comment is very clear, and I think it was something that we considered, though unfortunately due to feasibility purposes, a much larger resolution such as those 15-meter resolutions were not acquirable at the time. We used a 30-meter DEM, and yes, you are correct. If you want to look at space, using something of higher quality would actually yield better results. That is something we are actually looking into to increase the validity of the results and improve the study overall. To answer my HOD over there, I think that development fund over there is one of the resultant factors of studies like mine, which try to bring awareness as well as education to the local people. Partnership with such a fund would actually assist more research to be taken and conducted. So unfortunately at this time we were not, but as we came here today, I saw that there are signs along the road which indicate that there are flood occurrences there. For those who traveled with open eyes, they saw. Thank you very much for all the questions.
Thank you so much, Southern. You can step down. Bango and Mokwena, are you still not with us? Bango and Mokwena. Okay, in their absence, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Letswalo to continue chairing.
Thank you, Dr. Mutapu. The next presenter is Ms. Beverly Butani. I know she's here, Ms. Beverly Butani. I just want to warn her. The sign of 3 minutes. Okay. Ms. Weta, I hope you have uploaded your presentation. Chiweta, the next presenter. Please upload your presentation. And Mr. Cedric Silwani, have you uploaded your presentation? Cedric Silwani and Cyril Mutapo, please come along and upload your presentation.
vera gel coating on the quality of cherry tomato fruit stored at ambient temperature under the supervision of Dr. NMD Telezi and Dr. TK Satehe, as well as Prof. TP Mafio. Cherry tomato fruit is an economically significant fruit due to its nutritional value. It is rich in nutrients such as vitamin C, lycopene, as well as beta-carotene, which offer significant health benefits as they reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases and cancer. During its production, cherry tomato is affected by quite a number of pre-harvest factors, such as insect pests, as shown in this picture above, as well as environmental conditions, such as extremely high or low temperatures, as well as heavy rains and winds, which could result in scald incidences, which reduce the post-harvest quality of fruit and can possibly lead to fruit rejection by consumers. Pre-harvest bagging is a chemical-free cultivation measure used to protect fruit against the mentioned challenges, and as it provides the fruit with protection from the external environment, therefore resulting in fruit with good quality and minimizes the chemical residues which could be as a result of pesticides used during production. Although this pre-harvest bagging technique alleviates the mentioned challenges, the commodity still faces post-harvest losses due to decay, post-harvest handling, as well as microbial spoilage. This necessitates the need for post-harvest technologies which will reduce these post-harvest losses, and edible coatings provide such a solution for the post-harvest losses. Edible coatings based on plant extracts such as aloe vera gel can be used to reduce these post-harvest losses. The aloe vera gel coatings are eco-friendly and safe to consume and therefore pose no hazard to the environment. However, no information exists on the combined environment of bagging and aloe vera gel coating on the post-harvest quality of cherry tomato. As already mentioned, there is a need for post-harvest technologies which are eco-friendly and safe in order to preserve the post-harvest quality of cherry tomato. Edible coatings provide such a solution, and they are described as thin layers of edible material which are directly applied to the fruit surface in order to preserve the quality. The functioning mechanism of edible coatings in order to preserve the post-harvest quality of produce is attributed to the creation of a semi-permeable layer around the fruit, thereby modifying the gaseous environment inside the fruit as a result of low oxygen and high carbon dioxide inside the fruit, and also keeps microbes outside, thereby resulting in a reduced moisture loss, disease incidences, and the changes in the organic structure of the fruit, as shown in this illustration. The objective of the study was to evaluate the effect of aloe vera gel coating on the physicochemical quality of cherry tomato fruit that were subjected to pre-harvest bagging. For the materials and method, the study was conducted at University of Limpopo at the Aquaculture Research Unit, in which the seedlings of cherry tomato were transplanted into black plastic bags which contained steam pasteurized sandy loam soil, and then after 16 days of fruit set, the fruit were bagged with a transparent plastic bag, with transparent plastic bags, as shown in this picture. For the preparation of the coating, mature leaves of aloe vera plant were harvested and then washed with running tap water and then dipped in 0.1 sodium hypochlorite to remove any bacteria or pathogens that might be on the leaves. Thereafter, the external cortex of the leaves was removed in order to reveal the hydroparenchyma gel matrix, as shown in picture D here. Thereafter, the hydroparenchyma gel matrix was transferred to the blender in which it was homogenized, and thereafter filtered using a sterile muslin cloth to remove the fibers. After that, the gel was then pasteurized at 65 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Thereafter, it was cooled at room temperature for 1 hour. Then citric acid was added in order to adjust the gel's pH to 3.75. Thereafter, glycerol 1% was added as a plasticizer, and the gel was then stored at 4 degrees Celsius until use the next day. At harvest, fruit was selected based on size similarities and fruit without signs of diseases or any symptoms of diseases and damages. The fruit were coated with different aloe vera different concentrations, and the treatment were control, which consisted of distilled water and then 15% of aloe vera gel coating, as well as 30% of aloe vera gel coating. And then the fruit was stored at room temperature for 18 days. The fruit was stored at 18 days for 18 days at room temperature to simulate retail conditions, and data was collected at 6 days intervals. This is a graphical representation of the coating process. For data collection, the parameters which were collected were color, weight loss, firmness, titratable acidity, as well as TSS. For data analysis, the data was subjected to analysis of variance using GenStat software, and Duncan multiple range test was used to separate the means. For color change, the aloe vera gel, for color change, redness, yellowness, and hue angle were recorded, and the aloe vera gel had a significant effect on the aloe vera gel coating significantly delayed the color change during shelf life. This could be as a result of the coating reducing the respiration rate and the ethylene biosynthesis inside the fruit, thereby delaying the ripening process. For weight loss, the aloe vera gel concentration significantly reduced weight loss during shelf life. This could be as a result of the aloe vera gel, the coating forming a layer the aloe vera gel coating forming a layer, as already mentioned before, around the fruit, thereby reducing the respiration rate as well as the transpiration rate of the fruit during storage. For firmness, the coated fruit had a higher firmness compared to the control. This could be as a result of the coating delaying the ripening process and thereby reducing the activity of the cell wall degrading enzymes, which are responsible for the firmness loss during post-harvest storage. For the sweetness, the parameters measured were TA and TSS. For the TA, aloe vera gel significantly maintained high levels of TA during storage. This could be as a result of the modified gaseous exchange inside the fruit, which caused the low respiration rate, thereby suppressing the consumption of organic acids, which are citric acid in tomato, thereby maintaining the high titratable acidity in the coated fruit. For the TSS, the coated fruit had a slow accumulation of TSS, which could be as a result of the slow ripening rate which was happening, and therefore the slow starch hydrolysis, which means the conversion of starch to sugars was slow, hence the TSS of the coated fruit was slower than that of the control. For the conclusion, aloe vera gel coating had a significant effect on color change. It also significantly reduced the weight loss and maintained TA and TSS. So pre-harvest bagging and post-harvest coating with 30% aloe vera gel may be a good strategy for the quality preservation of cherry tomato. Also, it could provide growers or exporters with commodities which are in good which commodities which reach consumers when they are still in good quality and with the nutrients intact. For future studies, could look into the sensory evaluations of the coated cherry tomatoes, as well as the response of the bioactive compounds, in cherry tomato in response to the application of aloe vera gel coating. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo and my supervisors for their help in this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butani. We will allow only 3 questions. 3 questions will be allowed for Ms. Butani. 3 questions. Any questions? There's one there, there's another one. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Butani, for an interesting topic. My question is on what is involved with the aloe vera. You are saying that you believe that this is the case. The film itself is the one that contributed to reduction in the firmness. But have you taken into consideration that there might be some other metabolites or constituents of aloe vera gel that are responsible for the interesting results that you got? I would suggest that maybe you check and look at those constituents. Also, I didn't see whether you were comparing your aloe vera gel with whatever it is that is being used, that is in the market. So maybe you can be able to come up with something more interesting that will say there is this kind of a chemical here that is responsible for this.
Thank you, Prof. The second question.
Thank you for the nice presentation. I would like to know if does the aloe vera gel affect the taste of the cherry tomatoes? Thank you.
Thank you. The last question. There is a question.
Hello, everyone. Mine, I think it's just a comment that she can also check the water quality that they use for irrigation, because sometimes you might find that it contains some of the toxic pollutants which can cause the tomato to ripen faster and stuff. So it's just a comment. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. Dr. Kena, I don't know if that was a question or a suggestion and comment, but the constituents of aloe vera gel definitely had an effect on its ability to actually preserve the post-harvest quality, because it is rich in various phytochemicals, and which could also have been a part of why it was able to preserve the post-harvest quality. As we know, it is already a medicinal plant and is used for is used in variable industries, including the cosmetics and recently in the food industry. For the second question, the aloe vera gel does not affect the taste of the cherry tomatoes because we were using the transparent gel inside the whole leaf. It is tasteless. It does not affect the taste of the cherry tomatoes. And then for the third suggestion or comment, the water quality for irrigation, I don't know if it could cause the tomatoes to ripen faster, because the tomatoes are climateric in nature and then undergo in the post-harvest during post-harvest storage, they undergo ripening. So I really don't think the water quality has anything to do in the post-harvest study. Remember, I'm focusing on the post-harvest, not the production of tomatoes, of the cherry tomatoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butani. Unfortunately, we are forced to stop or to pause for now to go for lunch. We don't have a choice. We are asked to go for lunch. Can I just quickly also check if the remaining 3 students for this session are here? Caroline Chiweta, Cedric Silwane, Cyril Motapo. So we're only going to come back for the last 2. Please make sure that you are, or the 3, make sure that your presentations are uploaded. Prof has announcements to make.
Thanks, Chairperson. To our lovely guests, the venue that we have prepared for you to have lunch is that at the exit of this hall, you turn right, further down, the furthest room on your right, there is a small, comfy room there where we have prepared lunch for you. And our guests should be accompanied with the Faculty Higher Degree Committee members. And then to our lovely students, there are 2 venues that have been allocated for you to have your lunch. The first one is the Capricorn Hall, and the other one is Mojaji Hall. So depending on whether you are fast when you walk, you would actually go to either of those 2 venues. Thank you very much.
Chiweta is here. Chiweta, it's your turn to present. Please come forward. And I hope Mr. Silwane and Mr. Mutapo have uploaded their documents. Ms. Caroline Chiweta. When you are left with 3 minutes, we're going to show you a paper. You must keep on checking us. 3 minutes, we'll show you 3 minutes. Then. Yeah, we are going to move fast.
That's why you.
Oh, I did.
I want to change thing. I can sort of give you.
Oh, dear.
This is use this. Arrows.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present my research findings on my research topic titled Morphometric Response of Criconemab tabile exposed to increasing concentrations of cucurbitacin phytonematicides under greenhouse conditions. I'm under the supervision of Prof. Mashel. Criconemab tabile is a plant parasitic nematode with significant effects. It is more pronounced in stone fruit orchards and vineyards globally. It has become a common soil pest and major nematode pest in South African stone fruit production, such as peach, plums, and nectarines. Infestation by this nematode can reduce food quality due to the deformities caused by the nematode feeding on the root systems, discolorations, and rotting. This is the morphometric specifications of this nematode, where A is the full nematode, B is the anterior region, C is the mid-body, and D is the tail region. As you can see, this nematode has annual around its body, that's the name ring nematode. This nematode is regarded as a K strategist nematode due to its low reproduction level, longer life cycle, and it is larger than most nematode pests. It possesses the ability to modify its body through the annulus that is around the body, allowing for multiple body muscles to contract when exposed to cucurbitacin phytonematicides. This nematode has been found to have significant effects when it feeds on the root system, as it causes stunted growth, reduces nutrient uptake, and lowers the yields of orchard fruits. The presence of this nematode in agricultural production soils disrupts the soil structures, nutrient recycling, and also causes root damage and subsequent decay, resulting in decreased soil fertility over time. And additionally, it also acts as a vector of certain plant pathogens. The aim of this study was to investigate the morphometric responses of Criconemab tabile to cucurbitacin phytonematicides. The objective was to investigate whether increasing concentration of Nemariok AL and Nemariok BL, Nemafric BL phytonematicides will separately affect the morphometric variables of Criconemab tabile. In this research, the null hypothesis was accepted. This research was conducted at the Green Technologies Research Center of Excellence at the University of Limpopo. The study has 7 treatments from 0 as the negative control up to 64% concentrations of Nemarioc AL and Nemafric BL, which were treated separately. It was arranged in a complete randomized design and replicated 3 times. The preparation of the phytonematicides was mature fruits of the cucumis species were harvested 92 days after transplanting, and they were dried, ground, and fermented using the method that was previously used for S-Feldtischer at 30 degrees Celsius for 14 days or until the pH reached 3.7. The nematode samples were collected at the University of Limpopo experimental farm under the rhizosphere of peach trees, and the nematodes were extracted using the modified Behrman method. The identification and counting of nematodes was done using a stereo microscope, and the nematodes were exposed to phytonematicide concentrations for 72 hours, and later on they were fixed in a series of 3 fixations and then mounted on a permanent slide. The image A here shows the final preparation of the phytonematicides, where it has to pass through a 42 Wattman filter paper. The B shows the nematode sample, the samples inside an incubator, and then C shows some of the measurements that were taken, and this image was taken under AM scope, digital measuring scope software. As mentioned, the morphometric were measured using AM scope compound microscope equipped with a digital camera and digital measuring tool. Some of the morphometrics that were taken included length-related variables such as the body length, stylet length, diameter-related variables such as the mid-body, and domain ratios, which were computed using the length and diameter variables. The data was expressed as exponentials and log transformed. This is done to homogenize the data when expressed as a graph. The data was subjected to ANOVA using statistics 10 software, and treatments with significant results were subjected to lines of base fit using Microsoft Excel 2016, and the mean separation was done using Tukey test at 5% probability. These are the results from my study. The study yielded results that had both positive and negative quadratic graphs. The positive quadratic graphs, shown in A, B, and C, suggest that as the concentration of the phytonematicides increased, the nematode variables also increased as a way of an adjustment to avoid damage from the phytonematicide. This also was observed in a previous study where in S. felicia nematode. The negative quadratic graphs shows that as the concentration of the phytonematicides increased, the test nematode decreased as it was more susceptible or sensitive to the phytonematicides. This shows that this differs from an increase because an increase signifies an increase thus tolerance, whereas a decrease signifies decrease, thus sensitive to the phytonematicide. In conclusion, the results show that when exposed to cucurbitacin phytonematicides, the morphometrics of the nematode variables were affected, and generally the effects were significant on most nematode variables, and there was a general increase in nematode variables compared to the untreated control. This suggests that cucurbitacin phytonematicides can alter the morphological and physical characteristics of the nematodes, because the body shape appeared more elongated and slender compared to the untreated control. This also affects the feeding, moving, and ultimately decreases the nematode populations in the cell. The recommendation is that since fixed nematodes were used in this study, it will be more beneficial to use image microscopy, as it will determine exactly how the nature of the modifications occur. The significance of this study is that as the nematode characters responded to the to the phytonematicide, it complied with the density-dependent growth patterns. These patterns can be used to calculate the maxima and minima concentrations at which concentrations of phytonematicides can be used to control nematodes without causing toxicity to the crops or to the trees. And this can be calculated using the formula x equals b1 over 2b squared, derived from this equation that is shown there. These are the list of the references that were used. And I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo for providing all the infrastructure and consumables needed to conclude this research. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chiweta. Any questions? We will allow only 2 questions, because she has already eaten up into her time. 2 questions. No questions. Thank you. The next presenter is Cedric Silwani. Mr. Silwani. Cedric Silwani. When it's 3 minutes, we'll show you and it's now prep.
I think we just uploaded it not so long. Yeah, that one, sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you have already heard, my name is Cedric Silwani. Today I'm going to present to you the topic of my study, which is the physico-chemical characteristics and shelf life properties of breast meat from chickens slaughtered using cervical neck dislocation. I am an aspiring meat scientist, so hence today I'm going to be talking about this topic or sharing knowledge on this topic with you. This is the outline of my presentation, which I'll be following throughout, starting from introduction until the reference list. Introduction. Indigenous slaughter or traditional slaughter without prior stunning is never an ending topic, or it's a growing concern to most parts of the world. This is particularly in smallholder farmers who slaughter animals without prior stunning. This increases concern in developing parts and countries because, in a way, slaughter without prior stunning, it affects the meat quality of the animal. So, even though it's still a concern, animals are still slaughtered without prior stunning, basically for cultural and belief or cultural reasons. So the implementation of prior stunning is important because without prior stunning, the shelf life of the meat will forever be affected. And then improving this is by, in a way, you are trying to reserve the glycolytic potential or the glycolytic reserves in the muscles of an animal. Hence, chicken, when are stunned before they can be slaughtered, are rendered insensible to pain, which reduce the stress. The aim of the study was to evaluate the shelf life properties of breast meat of growing chicken stunned using the cervical slaughter method. So the objectives were to determine the effect of cervical neck dislocation and transverse neck incision on the physicochemical properties and the shelf life meat. On the materials and method, this study was conducted at the University of Limpopo Experimental Unit. Male chickens slaughtered using cervical neck dislocation were randomly selected and then were randomly assorted into two different slaughter treatments, which is the cervical neck dislocation and the transverse neck incision. And then the slaughter of the animal was done in the morning, which consisted of 24 birds slaughtered, which were randomly allocated into two slaughter or stunning treatments, 12 per each stunning treatment. On the management, the chicken were raised in a house roomed with ambient temperature of 25 to 30 degrees. Chickens were provided with light for 22 hours per day, and then they were given feed or a diet ad libitum, which consisted of the starter diet from day 0 to day 21, and then from day 22, we started to give them the grower diet until the last day, which is the day 42 of the slaughter. So all poultry husbandry practices were followed out throughout the study. And then on the far right, on the right side, there is a management cycle whereby we involve when we grow or when we raise a chicken, which is start from an egg. The chicken has an egg and then it hatches into a chick and then it grows until the time where you slaughter it and then you have the carcass. On the materials and method, the experimental design, random selection was done, stratification based on live body weight and the allocation of the two slaughter or the stunning treatment, which is the cervical neck dislocation and the transverse neck incision. So stunning slaughter method is the treatment factor, as I've explained, and then the shelf life was the factor which was the evaluated. So checking on the factors, the site was the University of Limpopo Experimental Unit. Stunning method were two, which is cervical neck dislocation and transverse neck incision, and then the breed which was used was the Ross 308. The treatment were two, which consisted of a total of 24 chickens. And then the variable measured were the meat pH, color parameters, which include the lightness, redness, yellowness, chroma, and the hue value. As well as the drip loss was measured, water holding capacity, and the shear force. And then the muscle unit, or the unit which was measured on the chicken, were mainly focusing on the breast muscle. And then on the parameters, water holding capacity, how we determine the water holding capacity from the meat sample was through compressing a 40-gram chicken breast meat muscle sampled with a 45 kg manual weight presser for 5 minutes. And then the drip loss was used when was determined when we used a 20-gram breast muscle, which was weighted at first weight, and then we tied it with a cotton thread or a cotton wool, and then we suspended it over a period of 24 hours, which is for 1 day, and then at a temperature of 2 degrees, and then the following day we measured the weight again to check the amount of water which is being used or which is being lost as a drip. And then the shear force was determined using a Werner breast shear force instrument, which was used to bite the meat after we cook the meat to determine the pressure, which is used to check if either the meat is soft or it's hard to bite. And then the pH was used to determine the Keystone pH meter, and then the color parameters were used on a Hunter scale parameter, which were the yellowness, redness, lightness, and the chroma, as well as the hue angle. So data was analyzed using SAS 9.4 software. A two-way ANOVA, analysis of variance with interaction, was used to determine, and then the factors which were measured were the physicochemical characteristics, which include meat pH, water holding capacity, drip loss, and shear force. And then the shelf life factors included the meat color as well as the pH. Least square means was used on a mean separation technique for FS. Fisher's LSD was used as 5% level of significance. This was the formula which was used throughout, whereby Yij is the response, or is the factors which we were determining, and then where there is S and T is the interaction, which is the time and the type of stunning. So these were the results based on the study we found. Checking on the result, you can see the pH, comparing the two stunning methods, the transverse neck incision and the cervical neck dislocation. When we check on the significance or the values which were significant, we have water holding capacity, drip loss, and shear force, which are the physicochemical characteristics. So this indicate, if you can check the transverse neck incision, the water holding capacity is high, meaning this slaughter method, it yielded the meat which contains a lot of water. And then if you check the drip loss, the values were low, and then if you check the shear force, the value were high, meaning the meat in a way, when you bite it, was tough to shear or to eat. And then on the shelf life part, the parameters which were looked were color parameters as well as the pH over a period of time for 14 days. And then if you check the values of the redness, which is the first, the one which is A, it has the high value for transverse neck incision. For cervical neck dislocation, meaning the cervical neck dislocation is the best method which resulted in meat which is at least brighter red or cherry red in color, indicating that the meat is fresh. Because color is one of the most important factors which consumers consider when they purchase meat. They look at the color of the meat first before they can go on other parameters. So checking on the pH as well, the pH for transverse neck incision was high, meaning this could also go back to the reason why the color was affected. And then these are some of the these are the trends, the graphs which shows how the meat was changing over time for each parameter, for redness, meat pH, hue, chroma, and yellowness as well as lightness. These are the trends. And then on conclusion, slaughter and the type of stunning method do affect overall the water holding capacity, drip loss, shear force, as well as the chroma values. And then the shelf life as well, which include all those color parameters. So it was concluded that broiler chicken slaughtered using cervical neck dislocation produce breast meat with better meat color than those slaughtered compared using the transverse neck incision. So to improve the overall meat quality shelf life, stunning practice is more efficient in protecting meat against lipid oxidation. Oxidation is the one which affects the shelf life of the meat. So further studies should be conducted to assess creatine kinase as well as the glycolytic potential on how do they also affect the meat color, which they can be also affected by the stress. These are some of the references. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo as well as my supervisory team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silwan. We will take only 2 questions, a maximum of 2 questions. Any questions? Here's one question, and there's another one.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I'm sure you used a model, an econometric model. It's a general linear model or something like that. You were focusing mostly on the ANOVA, analysis of variance and so on. But from your general model, there is what we call it R square, coefficient of determination. I haven't heard you saying anything about that coefficient of determination. Have you used a model, an econometric model? I think I saw it there.
The last question. The last question.
Yes. Under your methods and materials, you specified that you slaughtered the chickens around 8 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. So my question is there a specific reason why you were slaughtering those chickens in the morning? And if so, does that imply that if you are a farmer, you have to slaughter those chickens at a specific time frame in order to improve the shelf life? Thank you.
Okay, I think we will allow one more question from Dr.
All right. No. Thank you very much. That was the question that the lady asked. Yes, okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for the questions. Prof, I'll start with your question where you were asking the type of model I used, whether it's linear model and then there's also a coefficient of determination. So basically I was answering on my study, I'm looking at 2 objectives. The first one, which is the physicochemical characteristics, and then the second one is the shelf life, where I'm looking or I'll be determining the values over a period of time. So for general linear model, yes, I used general linear model to answer the first objective for physicochemical characteristics, which only included the value which were measured only once at day 24 hours, which is day 1. So the coefficient of determination, okay, I didn't look at it, but yes, the general linear model was used for first objective, and then the second objective, I used the mixed model, where we do the repeated measures to answer the second objective. And then on the second question, your second question, whether is it specific to slaughter the animals at AM, or does, if we slaughter them at night, will it affect the meat? No. To answer your question, no. The answer is no. You can slaughter them anytime. But the reason why we slaughtered at 8 AM, if you can check on my result part, where I display the result, there is a table where we have a pH of 45 minutes. So the main reason why we decided to slaughter, we wanted to slaughter the animal as early as possible in the morning so that we can defeather the chickens and then weigh them, remove the breast muscle, and get the pH 45 minutes after we slaughter. That's why we needed time during the day. So if we were to slaughter them at night, meaning we were somehow going to be forced to not, or to work overnight. So if to slaughter them, meaning if it's in the morning or any day, it doesn't affect the shelf life. What affects the shelf life is the stress level and how you slaughter the animal. The time doesn't necessarily affect the shelf life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silwan. The last presenter in this session, Mr. Cyril Mutapo. Mr. Mutapo. When you are left with 3 minutes, we are going to show you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Matapo Cyril. I am here to present a project titled Sexual Dimorphism and Age Influence on Morphological Traits of South African Nondescript Indigenous Goats under the supervision of Prof. T.L. Chiase and co-supervision of Dr. T.J. Mukwabana. This is just the outline of my presentation. South African nondescript indigenous goats are unimproved goats kept in a communal land of South Africa for meat and milk. They are also known with their unique characteristics, which is hardiness that makes them to survive in harsh environmental conditions. They are also known as a poor man's cow because they are easily managed. Sexual dimorphism, it is the difference between the male and the female animal in size or appearance. It was found that smallholder farmers find it difficult to practice a proper animal management due to lack of weighing scale. One can ask why. Weighing scale is needed to determine or measure the body weight of the animal, which is associated with the management practices of the animal, such as administering the vaccine, selecting animal during breeding, and also when slaughtering. People prefer to slaughter animals of good weight, then you must measure it, even during selling, to avoid practicing a visual judgment or subjective method which is practiced in a rural areas. So it was found that the morphometric traits are an alternative traits or ways that can be used to predict or estimate the body weight of goats without a weighing scale, since it is expensive to the communal farmers. Several studies have been conducted on the effect of sex and age on morphometric traits in livestock, such as cattle, goats, and sheep. However, according to our knowledge, there is no literature on the influence of sex and age on morphometric traits of South African nondescript indigenous goats. This study aims to, the aim of the study is to evaluate the effect of sexual dimorphism and age on South African nondescript indigenous codes. The objective were to determine the effect of sexual dimorphism and age on morphological traits of South African nondescript indigenous codes, and also to determine the relationship between the morphological traits and also the body weight. Here are the hypotheses which are in line with the objectives of the study. The study was conducted in 3 villages of Lepellenkumpi local municipality, which is found under Capricorn district of Limpopo province, South Africa. The study used nondescript indigenous codes of different sex, aged between 1 and 3 years old. A cross-sectional study, experimental design was employed. A multi-sampling stage was used to sample the farmers and also the animals that was used in the study. Firstly, Lepellenkumpi local municipality were selected purposefully based on the information that was acquired from the Department of Agriculture that indicated this municipality has got a high population of indigenous goats. Then these 3 villages, which is Makurung, Linting, and Sipitsi, were also purposefully selected due to the extensive extension officer working in hand with the farmers within these villages. A minimum of 30 smallholder indigenous goats farmers from each villages with at least 6 indigenous goats were randomly selected. A minimum of 6 indigenous goats were randomly selected from the selected farmers. Then the sample of goats used was 368, which we found that they were relevant to this kind of study since they were high or more than the sample size used by the study cited. This is a picture showing the morphological traits that were measured, which is body weight that were taken in kilograms using a balanced weighing scale. And these are the morphological traits, which is width as height, height width, body length, rump height, and rump length, which were measured following the procedure of the article published in 2020. A statistical package for social science software was used for data collection, where analysis of variance, which is ANOVA, and a Pearson correlation coefficient was used to achieve objective 1 and 2, respectively. Table 1 indicates the effect of sexual dimorphism on body weight and some morphological traits. Then it was indicated that females were having a heavier weight as compared to the males. This, it was seen that on our p-value, it was a significant difference, which it is being shown or indicated by the superscript, which is A and B. A indicating that the mean of the body weight is high, then B lower. Then going to other trait, which is heart girth, it also indicated that the females had a good heart girth compared to the males. Then also going to rump length, which also showed that the females were doing well as compared to the males. Then those ones that are not highlighted, they indicate that there was no significant difference between them in both sexes, which is body length, width as height, and rump height. Table 2, it indicates the effect of age on body weight and some morphological traits. Then the highlighted mean, they indicate that there was a significant difference where we found out that the animals with 3 years old, they were having a good body weight, body length, width as height, and the rump length. However, the animals with 3 and 2 years old, if you can check, they were having, there was no significant difference between the heart girth of the animals between 3 years and 2 years old, and those ones on the rump height and also the withers height. Then the rump length, there was no significant difference in all ages. Then table 3 indicates the correlation between body weight and some morphological traits. Then it indicated that body weight was highly correlated with body length, followed by heart girth and rump length, and was correlated with withers height and rump height. So this simply means that when you improve the body length of that particular animal, you will be improving the body weight of that animal. The findings of the current study on sex were in disagreement with the study published in 2017 and 2020, however, in agreement with the study published in 2015 and 2021. Then the findings of the current study on age were in contrast with the study published in 2016, however, it was in line with that published in 2021. There are a lot of factors that contribute towards the difference. It might be the environmental condition, the age, and also the different breeds used. The findings of the current study on correlation were in line with the study published in 2015. The current study concludes that sexual dimorphism and age has effect or influence on morphometric traits of South African nondescript indigenous goats. This means that we can select our animals based on sex and also age, since this body weight is a heritable trait, meaning that our results that shows the effect. It means if we select our animals at 3 years, they will be able to be good parents in future. Then it also concluded that there was an association between the body weight and some morphometric traits in South African nondescript indigenous goats. Therefore, we recommend that more studies need to be conducted using a sample size, different location, and other species. These are some of the references that I used to prepare the presentation. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo, Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production for giving me the opportunity to study the research, not forgetting my supervisor, Prof. T.L. Chiasi, and Dr. T.J. Mukwabane, and also Chiasi's research team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matapo, not Mutapo. Yeah. 3 questions. I see one already. There is another one. Any other question? So we will allow these 2. There is one. Where's the other? Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yes, Dr. Manuel.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and Mr. Matapo. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just need a clarity. You mentioned a certain statement, which I felt like is too strong, saying that there is no literature available based on your topic. So I would suggest that maybe, let's say, the information is limited. And then, based on that statement, you also have a contradiction on your discussion. You were busy saying that my results are in line with this and this and this. But whereas before, you have mentioned that there is no literature available. I don't know, you can just clarify that for me.
No, I think we should take all the questions.
Okay. Can you take me to table 2? Table.
Oh, so we're taking.
Oh, am I not
It's
supposed
fine.
to ask?
You
Thanks.
can
Sorry for. Okay. If you can take me to table number 2, because I heard him saying that he did not see some. He saw some non-significant. When you were talking, comparing the 2 ages, you said something that there is there are two age groups that are not significant there. Which one is that? Because look at your table. Is there? You said two of the groups you did not see significance.
I indicated that two of the groups, 2 years and also 3 years on, if you can check on Wither's height, there is no difference.
Okay.
However,
I wanted, thanks that you confirmed. Check out your p-value. What does that p-value say to you?
it shows the significance difference towards, if you can check, I was using the superscripts to show the difference. So the 2 years and 3 years, they are not different. However, there is a difference between a 1 year, which is represented by a letter B.
I don't get what you're saying. I'm saying the p-values there, based, where you have highlighted, I'm not seeing anything that is not different based on the p-value. What did you use that p-value for?
To show the significance.
And then, what analysis did you use? How did you compare the two that are significant and that are not significant that we don't see there? Or are you referring to the RL only? Because you confused me there. Remember when you say, when your p-value, the way it looks, your data is highly significant. And I don't know, maybe you should have added p-values comparing the 2 years that are significant. It's quite confusing to say something is not significant, especially within that rectangular red line that you have said, while your p-values are saying the value is highly significant. Thanks. I'm getting confused, and I don't think I'm the only one that got confused. Maybe your statement, you should have put it differently. Thanks.
We'll take the last question and then he will answer both questions. Dr. Manyelo's question and Prof. Rapatsa.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is, what is the lifespan of the goats that you're studying, and why did you choose the age range? Because 1 to 3 is not different. And for your discussion, it's just a comment. You're giving us your results, but you're not discussing your results. You're just telling us that your results are in line with previous studies. That's not discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On Dr. Manyelo's question on the literature, it was based on the animal of interest. According to our knowledge, there is no literature. According to my knowledge, there is no literature on the animal of interest, the species which is South African nondescript indigenous goats. That's why in discussion I was using the other animals. There are other breeds that I've used, but based on my knowledge on the breed of interest, there is no literature on this kind of study. Then on the last question, the lifespan, I can't really be specific on this one because some years they go for 5 years, but on our side we are looking at the breeding side because when they are there at the level of 5-6 years, they are no longer that much reproductive. Then on the age range, I was looking at the breeding stocks. So they are good for, this age is suitable for breeding the animals.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of this session. So Dr. Mutapa and myself are signing off and we are handing over to Dr. Manyelo. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. While Mr. Mashawi is still sorting out his presentation, let me remind the presenters that you have strictly 10 minutes for presentation, and you also, Mr. Mashawi. Then we'll also have 5 minutes for questions. Are you fine? Okay, then our first presenter this afternoon will be Mr. Frederick Mashawi.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frederick Mashawi. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies under the supervision of Professor Dimos, as well as Hector Chikore, Professor Kifli, as well as Dr. Klopper. Today I'm going to give you like an overview or just a glimpse of my PhD study. And today I'm going to only focus on one of the objectives, which is the appraisal of the progress of using radio sonde and as well as satellites for monitoring upper air temperature records. So the background of this study is really grounded on the fact that we've been experiencing climate change, or the studies have shown that the climate is changing, and it is expected to change in the next or near future. So with this particular impact of climate, we have realized that this particular climate is going to affect all forms of life, including your economy, environment, as well as social realms. And as well in agriculture, and as well as the ice caps and the cities that are found nearby the coastlines are going to experience sea level rises. And we have also seen this particular phenomena getting closer to home. This is like Savannah Mall, whereby a few years ago there was some flooding and so on, and all they could be attributed to climate change, and some can say climate variability. So therefore, since we can see that this particular issue of climate change is becoming more common, knowing where, how fast, and how much the climate is changing is really, really important information. So normally, to actually determine whether the climate is changing or not, recently, more scientists have been investing a lot of time in satellite instruments to actually detect these changes in climate. Unfortunately, these particular instruments require calibration as well as validation to provide accurate picture of the moving stage of or evolving stage of the atmosphere. And this is some examples of satellites. If you are not familiar with them, they're found in space, and we normally use them to extract vertical atmospheric profiles. And we also use some in situ or direct measurements, such as radio sonde, which are then used to determine the state of atmosphere, such as your temperature, humidity, as well as pressure from surface to the top of the atmosphere. So these particular tools, normally they provide high quality measurements that are used to validate and complement satellite-based measurements by sampling the atmospheric or key atmospheric regions that are used for numerical weather prediction and as well as weather forecasting. In most cases, you wake up, you see news, they're talking about weather. This is how they determine it and actually predict it to tell you that tomorrow or in any other day we're going to experience rain or something like that. So what is then the problem that really motivated us to actually engage in this study for my PhD? We have realized that when we actually look at the historical record of temperature that were taken in the past, there were some artificial drifts or artificial offsets. And this particular artificial offsets or drift, they were caused by instrumentation changes, as well as the fact that these particular measurements were taken for only weather forecasting, and they never thought of predicting climate change using that data. And when we also look at, we try to compare the data that is collected using radio sondes as well as satellites, we have observed that there's been discrepancies, meaning that this data does not really, agree with one another. And we are trying to move away from radio sondes to satellites, but, it seems like it's not something that is going to happen anytime soon. So another thing that was also observed was inhomogeneities when we look at the historical data sets, mainly because of, over the years, the technology has improved, and with technology improving, instruments also changes. So when they changes, unfortunately, they were not documenting those changes. So right now, we might think that based on the data, the climate has been changing or so on, only to find out that actually it was inherent biases that were found in the instrumentation. So in this study, I'm going to try to review the progress of using this particular radio sonde as well as satellites in order to actually monitor upper air records. So this is the methodology that was taken in order to actually review this study. I adopted a systematic review approach, whereby we checked on the records, such as the title, the abstract, and keywords from different databases such as your Google Scholar, your Scopus, and as well as Web of Science. And from those databases, we realized that we found around 2,566 publications, but then we couldn't use all those particular publications. We actually screened them and remove those that are not relevant, and this is the approach that was adopted. Then at the end of the day, we ended up analyzing only 599 publications. And I did some little bit of thematic as well as bibliometric analysis in R. So this is the first result that we found. We have found that most of the studies that have been published in the past, since 2000 to current, they've been focusing on, we had niche areas whereby I'm not going to go through all the keywords, but some of them were in turbulence, weather, assimilation, and when we look at the imaging, and this can be really helpful for imaging scientists if they want to look at imaging approaches, especially when coming to radio sonde measurements. They could look at convective meteorological heat as well as conditions of snow. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we don't have snow, but recently we are also starting to have it, especially on high-lying area. And we also have the motto themes, or these are the kind of research that have been ongoing and they continue going. For example, one of them is the ground data comparisons, and as well as the air radiation solar studies and temperature radio sonde measurements, which then under the basic themes we have things such as water validation as well as boundary layer studies. So whereas when we look at the remote sensing measurements, we also did this analysis and to just check what are the imaging technologies. If I were a scientist and trying to actually study which could be like interesting studies or interesting areas of study that I can actually focus my energy. So the structure is still the same, from the niche areas to imaging themes and as well as the basic themes. From this particular basic themes, I went further to actually look at which instruments are being used actually to do all this in situ measurement or direct measurements of temperature in the atmosphere. We realized that they are using the balloons, they're using the things such as drone recently, and they're using even the aircraft. The aircrafts that you normally take to Johannesburg and so on, they normally put like the instruments underneath to actually measure things such as atmospheric temperature and other atmospheric variables. And we also have like the near space sounding rockets. These are like the rockets that are sent into space to actually check out on the atmospheric properties. And some other studies that were recent were also based on balloon, radio sonde, and it all have like sensor types and with all different accuracy levels, which I'm not going to go through each and every one due to time. And when we went to check the evolution on how did this particular studies change and evolve from time to time, we have realized that they started from ice, studying. They used like this in situ measurements to study ice and trends as well as climate and temperature. Then now when we look at in 2023, Most studies are focusing on the boundary layers and as well as the evolution of the atmosphere, as well as some little bit of remote sensing. And when we look at, the number of studies have been published in the past, can I say 23 years, we can see that in 2023, the trend is like a little bit going down, meaning that people are now, stopping to publish much on this particular topic of interest. And we also look the same for the satellite measurements and which satellites are used and so on. And we also did check the progress as well on what is happening. But when you look at the progress of remote sensing, you can see that because of the launching of more satellites, more people are now starting to utilize the remote sensing. But unfortunately, this remote sensing require the validation, and we normally use those radio sondes that I spoke about earlier to actually do validation. And we also have 10 topics, which these are the topics that are very popular in this particular topic of interest. And we also identify the gaps, such as the spatial distribution, and also to show off that as much as we need all this in situ data, it's not really collected well in order to come up with like correct measurements of the atmosphere, and other issues that we also found in literature were on data quality. And because of time, I wish I could tell you more. I have a lot of stories to tell. So in conclusion, I could say that much progress has been done, but then there's still more that needs to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashao, for your presentation. It's now time for questions. Any questions for Mr. Mashao? Dr. Slebe and Prof. Zwani, you'll follow. Oh, okay, we'll start with Prof. Zwani.
Thank you, Mr. Mashao, doctor in the waiting. I'm impressed by the way you have presented your studies. I wanted to check, how did you arrive at your sample? So you have put it very well, and your conclusion also has impressed me. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much. Determining the sample size was really, really one of the most complicated things to actually determine, provided that I was working on different research platforms, which has a lot of data and stuff like that. But with the use of, the machine learning and, programming, we managed to actually use the available data that was there. That's how I developed like my sample size. It was only based on the keywords. I used those keywords to actually extract literature that was found on the net from those search platforms. Then from what I got, that's how then I arrived to my sample size. Then I started eliminating based on the relevancy of those particular literature studies. Then that's when then I ended up with 100 and something for my area of specialization. It could change from studies to studies. If you probably maybe in agriculture, maybe you'll find more. You might even arrive at 20,000 or so on. But at the end of the day, you need to filter it down to the ones that are really relevant to your study.
Thank you, Mr. Mashao. Your presentation was so good. But for interest, I was coming to that sample size. But I'll revert to say, from your recommendations, because you have used a lot of instrument, or the instrument which have been used before, do you have any recommendation you can make which one can be the best?
So far, because I never even had time to actually get the recommendations, for now it's really difficult to tell which instruments to use. Hence, we are trying to improve the quality of that radio sonde, because the radio sonde is like an in situ instrument that is it directly measure the atmospheric properties. So we can't really completely say we're no longer using it and rely on remote sensing, because remote sensing then requires validation. It's like going to the field. It will never replace going to the field. Direct measurements are always important, even if we can use remote sensing to actually determine stuff from maybe when we are sitting here and stuff like that. It's still important to have direct measurements for validation and also for model development.
Yes, I think we don't have any other question. So, thank you so much. Can we please clap hands for Mr. Mashau? Our next presenter is Master's Candidate Chaza Nomzam. Okay. Then it's my lucky day. So I was only having Frederick Mashau as a presenter. The rest are not here. And thank you so much for being good audiences. Are we going to tea break, or I'm handing over to the next chairpersons? After. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, Cynthia. I missed Cynthia Magamu, our master's candidate, who will be presenting on relationship between milk production trades of South African Holstein Friesian cows. The one I put in a pink thing. Which one? That one, yeah. Okay. But I think I'll take this. And I just can I start?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As they already said, I am Ms. T.C. Magamu, doing masters, and I'll be presenting my research study titled Relationship Between Milk Production Traits of South African Holstein Friesian Cows, under the supervision of Prof. T.L. Giassi and the co-supervision of Prof. Vijay Mbazema. This is the outline of my study. This is what you can expect to see as I am presenting. Holstein Friesian are large animals with a characteristic of red and white and black and white color patterns, ranking first among the daily breeds and average milk production per cow. Milk is a vital component of food preparations for human and is a vital supply of nutrients for lactating cows. As you can see, since the time you arrived here, you've been consuming a lot of milk, but I'm sure you don't even know where it's coming from. That's where we come in. Yeah, so our milk production traits such as milk yield, fat, protein, solid not fat, and lactose of cattle such as Holstein Friesian, Jersey, Sahiwal cattle breeds, and Girolando cows requires improvement. Communal farmers lack knowledge on which traits can be used used to improve milk production rates, and the production level is not sufficient to supply for the increasing population of the country. Imagine one day you just wake up and find or you don't find this milk because maybe farmers are no longer producing. That's where we come in. We have to increase the milk production and the milk production trade. According to the study that was conducted by Alphas and Essen, protein was not significantly correlated with milk fat and solid net fat in Bonaji and Friesen cattle breeds. However, to the best of our knowledge, information on relationship between milk production trade is limited and thus not conclusive. Hence, the present study will help communal farmers to know how the milk production trades influence each other. The aim of this study was to discover milk production traits that might be used as a selection criterion during breeding of Holstein Friesen cows. And the objective of this study was to determine the relationship between protein, fat, lactose, solid not fat, and milk yield in South African Holstein Friesen. The hypothesis of this study, as shown, is in line with the objective. The study was conducted at Limpopo Dairy Farm, located in Louis Richard, Limpopo province of South Africa. A total of 200 lactating Holstein Friesen cows reared under intensive farming system between the ages of 2 to 5 years were used. Census approach was used for selection of animals. The cows were reared under intensive farming system, as I already mentioned. Sick, injured, or pregnant animals were not included in this study, just in case it affects the results of the study. Milking of the animals was done in a rotary milking parlor. I wish I could show you, but then I don't have the picture of the rotary milking parlor. The research design of this study was cross-sectional experimental design. It's the one that was used during data collection. 200 milk samples was collected during morning milking using a measuring cup in order to represent the whole milking of each animal for detecting the milk constitution, which is fat, solid, not fat, protein. And then milk yield of cattle. We took the milk yield was taken from the farm records at Limpopo Dairy Farm. They keep the milk yield records, so we took them from the farm records. And then to determine the milk constitution, ultrasonic portable milk analyzer was used to determine milk composition. We just took the milk to the lab in Limpopo Dairy Farm, and then they analyzed the milk constitution for us. Statistical package for social science version 27.0 software was used for analyzing the data. Percent correlation was used to determine the relationship between traits. Probability of 5% was used for significant and 1% for highly significant between traits. This table 1 is showing the correlation between milk yield and milk constituents. These are the results of the study. I'll just summarize. As you can see, there are a lot of results there. So on the one that is circled on red, it shows the highly and positive statistical significance between milk yield daily and milk yield per 30 days. And then the ones that are circled in blue, it's showing the negative and highly correlation between milk yield per day with protein percentage and solid not fat. And then fat, protein, and lactose had no significant correlation with milk yield per day. The results of this study shows that daily milk yield is highly associated with milk yield per 30 days, protein, and solid not fat, whereas daily milk yield is not associated with fat and lactose. The findings of this study agrees with the study that was conducted in 2015 by the mentioned author, who stated that solid not fat and protein are significantly correlated with milk yield of buffaloes in Egypt. And then, however, this study disagrees with the study that was conducted by the mentioned author in 2011, who stated that protein percentage and solid net fat was not significantly correlated with milk yield. And then the reason for this disagreement of the study that was conducted in 2011 and the current study might be due to the different environment that was used and the different breed that was used. In conclusion, the findings of this study concludes that protein and solid not fat can be used to increase milk yield of Holstein Friesian cows. Protein can be used to improve solid not fat and lactose, whereas solid not fat can be used to improve lactose. The findings of the current study suggest that farmers can use solid not fat and protein to increase milk yield of Holstein Friesian cows. The study further recommends more research to be done on a broader scale using different milk production traits and/or breeds. These are some of the references that I used throughout the presentation. I would like to thank the University of Limpopo Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production for giving me this opportunity to study the research. And I'd like to thank Prof. T.L. Chiasi and Prof. V. Jim Bazima, who are my supervisors, and Mr. K. Mukwena, who is my mentor, and the Chiasi research team who helped me throughout preparing this study. I would also like to thank the Limpopo Dairy Farm for allowing me to collect data in the animals, and I'd also like to thank National Research Foundation for funding this study. Those are the animals that you find there by Limpopo Dairy Farm. As you can see, they are entering the rotary milking parlor. With that being said, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Cynthia, and for sticking to time. I don't know if you have any questions from the floor. Any questions for Ms. Makamo? Okay, it seems like there's no question, meaning your presentation was clear to everyone. Yes, so you are released. May we clap hands for her once more. So she was my last presenter. I will hand over to Dr. Arne Ngovela and Dr. Z. Mudleje to take over. And thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rudzani Nengobela. I'll be chairing this session with Dr. Mudleje. The time has not changed. Presenters have 10 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for questions. Before we can even begin, I just want to check whether the candidates are available. Florence Matala, are you here? Mapula Makwele, are you here? And to all those who have not yet uploaded their presentations, can you please do so now so that we may start? Good afternoon once again. I'm just going to take one presenter and then from there we'll go for a tea break. Our first presenter for this session is Florence Matlala. You can go ahead, ma'am, and start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ms. Matlala TF, and I'm under the supervision of Dr. Nkwana MA and Dr. Ledwaba LJ. Allow me to present to you the findings of the study titled The Determinants of Commercialization Among Small-Scale Groundnut Farmers in Capricorn District, Limpopo Province of South Africa. I'm under the School of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production. Did you guys know that groundnut is one of the Did you guys know that groundnut is one of the crops that is cultivated in the 100 countries in the six continents? Well, groundnut that is scientifically known as Arachis hypogaea originated in South America, but it is now sorry about that. Groundnut, known as the Arachis hypogaea, originated in South America, and it is now growing throughout the tropical and warm temperate regions of the world. With that being said, South Africa's groundnut production varies between 80,000 to 250,000 tons per annum. As interesting as this information is, we then decided to take a closer look into the small-scale groundnut farming's vital role in rural development. And recent studies have indicated that small-scale groundnut farming plays an important role in rural and agricultural development. The nutritional benefits and the consumption benefits of groundnuts are as follows. Groundnuts has the nutritional benefits that guys, I'm nervous. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, the nutritional and the consumption benefits of groundnuts are as follows. Nutritionally, groundnut is a good source of vitamin and essential mineral. It can be consumed raw, roasted, boiled as a meal, and the oil extracted from the groundnut seeds can be used as culinary oil, which can be used to produce margarine, cookies, candy, salted groundnut, salad oils, nut chocolates, sandwiches, soaps. In addition to that, groundnut plant can be used as animal feed and industrial raw material. Now think about all the benefits, all the positive effects on rural development, all the positive effects on agricultural development coming with commercialization among small-scale groundnut farmers in South Africa. This is mainly because these multiple uses of groundnut plants make it a good cash crop for domestic markets as well as for foreign trade. This necessitates the commercialization of the industry, which can be achieved through the improvement of a variety of technology. The benefits of commercialization are rural growth, increasing agricultural labor productivity, direct income benefits, expansion of food supply, and improving the nutritional status of the small-scale groundnut farmers. The aim of the study was to analyze the determinants of commercialization among small-scale groundnut farmers in Capricorn District, Limpopo Province of South Africa, and the specific objectives of the study were to identify and describe the socio-economic characteristics of small-scale groundnut farmers in Limpopo Province, and also to analyze the socio-economic factors affecting the commercialization of small-scale groundnut farmers in Limpopo Province. The study hypothesized that socio-economic factors do not affect the commercialization among small-scale groundnut farmers in Capricorn District, Limpopo Province of South Africa. And then the study was conducted in Capricorn District, Limpopo Province of South Africa. The sampling and the data collection is as follows. We used the purposive sampling procedure to select the 110 small-scale groundnut farmers. And the semi-structured questionnaire was distributed to the small-scale farmers via face-to-face interviews to collect the primary quantitative data. And then from there we used the IBMSPSS, which is the Statistical Package of Social Sciences, Vision 25.0 and Strata Vision 12.0 to analyze the data collected from the questionnaire. And then on to the next slide, we have the empirical data analysis. We used the binary logistic regression model and the household commercialization index to analyze the determinant factors that affects commercialization of small-scale groundnut farmers. And then this is the general binary logistic regression model. On to the next slide, please. On to the next slide. Then the descriptive statistics of the sampled small-scale groundnut farmers is as follows. Age indicates that our smallest groundnut farmer, the minimum indicates the youngest small-scale groundnut farmer is 23 years of age, and the eldest small-scale groundnut farmer is 85 years of age, with average sitting at 50. And then we have the household size that indicates that each house, the minimum number of people in the households of groundnut small-scale farmers is 2, and the maximum number of people is 13, with the average sitting at 6. And then because of time, I will move to the gender variable, which the findings of our study indicated that 52% of the small-scale groundnut farmers were female, and 48% of small-scale groundnut farmers were male. And this implies that female are dominating in the groundnut farming. And then going on to the employment status, 37% of the small-scale groundnut farmers were employed, and then 25% of the small-scale groundnut farmers in Capricorn District were self-employed, and 24% of the small-scale groundnut farmers were unemployed, with 14% of those small-scale groundnut farmers that we were working with being pensioners. The marital status is the small-scale groundnut farmers that are married is 60%. 23% of our small-scale groundnut farmers are single. Widowed is 11%. Divorced is 5%. And I know most of you guys might be wondering what the LTBNM stands for. It's the groundnut farmers that are living together but not married, and they accounted for 1% of the assembled small-scale groundnut farmers. Okay. So I have 1 minute remaining. I will jump and move to conclusion and policy recommendations. The findings of our study indicated that majority of the small-scale groundnut farmers are commercialized, and the hypothesis that stated that the socioeconomic factors do not influence commercialization of commercialization among small-scale groundnut farmers was rejected, because our findings have indicated that out of the 8 variables that we were using, out of the 12 variables that we were using, 8 variables were significant. And then going on to the policy recommendation, we recommend the initiation of extension programs because we found that most of the farmers do not receive extension services. And then we also recommend the increase in availability of market information because some of those small-scale groundnut farmers did not even know what commercialization is. And also, we recommend the provision of funds. The limitations of the study was that time and funds was a limit to the findings of our study, and also willingness to participate in the study was not always guaranteed. So future studies should take a closer look into small-scale groundnut farmers' willingness to participate in commercialization. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo for the provision of resources and the National Research Foundation for funding the study, and also would like to thank our small-scale groundnut farmers for participating in our study. Thank you.
Thank you. The presentation is now open for questions. Can we please have 2 questions and then we can go to our tea break? Any comments, suggestions? 1, 2, you'll be the last one.
Okay, mine, it is not going to be a question per se, it's going to be a comment. I was a bit excited when I heard your title because what you're presenting, the title that we're looking at and what you told us, they were different. But I was a bit disappointed because towards your conclusions, you were telling us something that we didn't see. The results, we were concluding on the results that were not presented. Your results were only on the gender, on the marriage status, and all that. We didn't get the meat of your research where these are the challenges, this is what is affecting commercialization of groundnut with the smallholder farmers and all that. That is what I missed from your presentation. I'm not sure if other people picked that up.
Hello. My question is, when it came to your recommendation, you recommended the provision of funds. So my question to you is that, where are these funds going to come from, and how are these funds going to be used by the small-scale farmers? How are they going to improve their farming practices?
Okay, thank you for the question and for the comment. I will start with the input that came as a comment. I would like to sincerely apologize for not presenting the results. I think there was a mistake when with the slides that I came here with, because I did I had the results. I did make the results, so I don't know what happened, because I was also surprised when I saw that these slides, some of the things were missing, but I will improve on that and I will work on that. Thank you so much for the input. And going on to the question that says, where will these funds come from? The funds will be from the Department of Agriculture. From the Department of Agriculture, we have programs that fund small-scale farmers, and then in this case, it will assist our small-scale groundnut farmers in a sense that it will help them to participate in the commercialization by helping them with those funds are going to help them with well, transportation of their products to the market. So, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Matala, for your presentation. Can we please give her a round of applause? We have announcements.
Just an announcement. There is excess food that remained after our lunch. So if you've got a big appetite like me, you are free to grab a snack there on the far end of the corridor. So there's something for you here on top of your meal that you're going to have for your tea break. Thanks.
And for those who have not yet uploaded their slides, can you please do so now? So that after tea break we can continue. Could you please come and present? Oh, just a minute, ne?
It helps with the nerves. If I sit, I'm gonna feel the nerve. Let me calm the nerves. I'm gonna be standing the whole time. Let me calm the nerves. Don't have sweets.
Khulufelo Litsong, are you here? No. So she can start now. That he was going to finish. Grace Mhlala. You're nervous?
Yeah, I am. But I'm feeling better now.
You're feeling better?
Like this. Good day, everyone. Can you all hear me? I'm Grace Mhlala. I'll be taking you through assessing impacts of climate change extremes on surface water quality in Letaba River catchment. I'm supervised by Prof. Dao, which is in the crowd, and my co-supervisors is Dr. S. Nangomi and Dr. S. Mutanga. This is the outline of the presentation that I'll be taking you through. A wise man once said,
A wise man called Albert Zend once said, "Water is life's matter and matrix, and is the mother and medium," meaning that there is no life without water. Considering the country's economic stability, overall wellness, standard of living, and sustainable development, surface water is the most essential resource. Even if that's the case, the quality of water is vulnerable to the significant impacts due to changing climate patterns, shift in rainfall distribution, and evolving human resolution usage. As we all know, South Africa is a water-scarce nation, receiving insufficient and unreliable rainfall, which requires certain measures and mitigation to save the little that we have. Therefore, surface water quality deterioration can result from conditions that surpass the limits of an ecosystem's tolerance, such as those brought on by changes in the quality of water after the occurrences of storms, snow melt, hot weathers, or floods. Therefore, in the process of mitigating the issues of water scarcity, satellite remote sensing and weather station provide an alternative to ground-based observations for assessing land use and climate changes at a regional scale. Well, someone can ask themselves, okay, good. My study focuses more on the quality aspects of water. Climate change is causing weather patterns to be disrupted, resulting in extreme weather events, irregular water supply, exacerbated water shortages, and contaminated water sources. The growing population whereby industrialization occurs and agricultural practices are enforced. The increasing climate changes result in rising temperatures, which affects the oxygen content in the water in the river. The aim of my study is to assess the impact of climate extremes, looking at rainfall on surface water quality in Letaba catchment, and the objective is to determine precipitation-based climate extremes and investigate their effects on water quality. This is the study area of Letaba River catchment. Letaba River is located in Mopani district of Limpopo province, covers around 13,400 cubic kilometers of an area. It is the primary source of fresh water for Zanin town's neighboring settlement. This also includes the neighboring towns like Litsitele. The region has an annual precipitation of 612 millimeters, an average annual temperature of 28 degrees Celsius in the warmer season and 18 degrees Celsius in the cold season. The data that was collected to analyze the result of the study is we collected historical data. Let me make this clear. My study is more about historical trends. Therefore, I collected historical trends, historical data of rainfall from South African Weather Services, which constituted of the period of 1986 to 2018. And this also applied to the water parameters, water quality parameters that I also got from the Department of Water and Sanitation. The water quality the rainfall was taken from the active weather stations that are presented in front of you. Rainfall analysis included average monthly rainfall Like average monthly rainfall was statistically analyzed to identify long-term trends in precipitation. It also provided a clear visual representation of seasonal patterns of rainfall in Letaba catchment. In this graph, you will see the average monthly rainfall of Letaba catchment from 1986 to 2018. On the x-axis, we have the months showing all the average data. The results that we got from correlating the rainfall and the parameters is that when we correlated electrical conductivity with the rainfall, it gave us with no significant relationship all over the years. And then when we contacted the nitrogen, it gave us no significant. The only time that we experienced a significant relationship was with ammonium nitrate, which also tells out about, like the way it is absorbed in water. It's a chemical reaction that absorbs heat rather than releasing it, which leads to high temperatures, leading to oxygen contact being compromised. We also got a significant relationship on phosphorus, which results in eutrophication and harmful algae growth. And we also got a significant relationship between turbidity, which is the suspended solids contributing to turbidity, can also affect chemistry and microbiology. The particles can also absorb pollutants, including nutrients, metals, and organic compounds. If the particle settles on the bottom of the water body, then the pollutants settle with them, which leads to our water being compromised. And also we got a significant relationship with pH, which means that if the high pH occurs, it causes a bitter taste. It depresses the effectiveness of the disinfection of chlorine, thereby causing the need for additional chlorine. Therefore, low pH in water will corrode and dissolve metals and other substances, meaning that the pH also has to be neutral. And we also got a significant relationship on the chemical oxygen demand, whereby higher COD levels means a greater amount of oxidizable organic materials in the sample, which will reduce dissolved oxygen levels. These graphs are simply the graphical representation of the previous graph that I show you, whereby on the x-axis is the months, and on the y-axis is the primary sources and the secondary sources, because they have different units. So, in summary, it is important to recognize that climate change-induced extremes in rainfall are not the sole contributors to deteriorating water quality. Multiple factors, including agricultural practices, rising temperatures, play significant roles in negatively affecting our water quality. These factors interact in complex ways, compounding the challenges associated with maintaining clean and safe water resources. So, the study will scientifically contribute on providing location-based information as well as the historical state of the water in the catchment. The result will also aid the development of policies, create a better understanding to enhance management practices, and provide data to environmental management, catchment managers, water resource managers, and land managers to strike a balance between climate change, socio-economic development, and economic ecosystem health. The availability of my research sources are found in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies, in the GIS and Remote Sensing Laboratory at the University of Limpopo. I also found them at South African Weather Services and Department of Water and Sanitation. I would like to send my acknowledgement to the University of Limpopo for providing me this opportunity to be standing in front of you. I also like to acknowledge WRC for funding my research, and also my supervisors, Prof. Dau, as I mentioned before, Dr. Nangomi, Dr. Mutanga. This is the references that I use in the study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Muhlala, for your presentation. The presentation is now open for questions. Do we have any questions for Ms. Muhlala? Any suggestions? I guess today is your lucky day. No questions for you. Let's give Ms. Muhlala a round of applause. Our next presenter is Katlego Nkapele. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Katlego Nkapele, and I'm going to be presenting shortly about the population genetic parameters in breeding patterns of stud Kalahari red goats in different regions of South Africa. In recent years, goats have actually gained popularity simply because of their significant meat production and milk, as well as other animal products. And then from there on, we currently have, or rather as of 2019, we have 5 million and 5.1 million goats in South Africa, and of which we have not yet accounted for the population in South Africa, which is fairly over 50 million by now, and as well as the export animals that would be exported. So in consideration to the 5 million animals that are there, we would actually deem that there would not be enough to supply the general population of the country. In 1999, then they came up with the stud Kalahari red goat breeding system. This was done actually to manage the population and also to keep track and record of what and how the breed actually populates. This was quite important as currently, as of 2014, there were 29 extinct breeds of goats and there were 11 that are actually threatened. Now this study becomes important because there have been notable low quality of breeding stock, and also there was a limited supply of genetically improved goats in developing countries. And then as well, there is a lack of technically trained personnel who are rearing goats for the farming enterprises. And as well, if we actually keep note that the increase in coancestry actually affects the population of the goats, and as well, if there is loss of genetic variation, there will be limited capacity of animals that would be exploited in the future. So the inbreeding actually has to be avoided at all costs, as it actually results in low vigor and low fertility rates, low birth rates, and small adult size, the immune function, and it results in higher mortality and increased chances of genetic diseases and undesirable traits. So what makes this study important is because the genetic contribution determines the maximum potential of an animal, and as well the population rate and the structure contributes to the inbreeding rates and as well as the genetic diversity of animals. Well, previous studies have been done to look at the population structures of animals, but this has not been seen in Kalahari red goats, rather. Therefore, there is a need to ascertain the importance of structure and the acceptable inbreeding rates in stud Kalahari red goats of South Africa. So the main aim for the study was to assess the small population genetic parameters of stud Kalahari goats in different regions of South Africa, with the objective to determine the Kalahari goats inbreeding coefficients in different regions, to determine the effective population sizes, and as well to assess the rate of inbreeding in Kalahari goats in South Africa. So the regions that we actually look into were 13, as listed on the table. Naming them would actually take a bit of time. So these are the 13 regions that we were assessing, whereas the 14th one is unclassified. So these would be animals that would find themselves on the pedigree but did not have an identified parents. So the breed, as you can see on the image, this is a typical doe of a Kalahari red goat and the typical buck as well. They reach mature weight of approximately 112 kilograms in bucks and 75 kilograms in dews. They are mainly bred for meat, whereas they can also supply milk and skin. And their life expectancy would range somewhere between 8 and 15 years. So the data was obtained from Kalahari Red Goat Breeder Society and SA Stud Book, which keep records of the stud bred animals. And then from that data, we were looking at the breeding males and females, the date of birth, the animal ID, the season that the animal was born, and the sex and the region as well. So from there on, this is the data structure. After we did the editing, found out that we have 72 breeders located in 14 different regions from 1977 to 2018. To analyze the data, I used NDOC 4.1 and CFC 1.0, and as well as Red's formula for inbreeding coefficient, as well as the effective population size. Upon the results, we realized that out of the 26,000 animals, 26,204 animals, 8,395 were actually inbred, 7,077 were the founders, 18,017 had known parents, of which this contributed to 68% of the pedigree competitiveness index. And then from there on, Eastern Cape, KZN, UL, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest had an inbreeding coefficient of 0, as well as the mean population. So here is a more detailed look of what the populations actually look like. So those animals that had an inbreeding coefficient of 5% were actually 32%, 32.19%, and then the animals that were more than that actually contributed to these particular percentages, as we can see listed. We can note that in Free State, that's when we had the highest level of inbred animals, and that they are maximum, the maximum inbreeding rates as well was actually noted to be quite high. Going further to look at the populations within the districts, we can notice that KZN had the highest number of animals, and Limpopo had only 7 animals, of which there were only females. And then from there on, this affects the inbreeding rate, which you would find normally that the acceptable rate would be actually at 5%. So from the table shown, we can actually be able to realize that the populations were actually, the inbreeding coefficient was actually quite high. And then for the effective population size, we would normally recommend that it would be 50, but of which we can note that in provinces such as Limpopo, as well as Eastern Cape, Southwest Africa, which is Namibia, we actually noted that we're actually low. And when they're actually low, it actually shows that that population would not be able to survive in the long run. As well, this is still, it shows the average relationship between the animals themselves, and as well, it shows the inbreeding trends within the animals that are actually inbred. As we can check, these animals are of high inbreeding rates. These are the correlations, particularly most importantly looking at the number of inbreds versus the number of animals, the number of inbreds, and the average inbreeding coefficient. Would note that they were actually high in the different regions. So in conclusion, we can say that Free State had the highest level of the inbreeding coefficient, and 7 out of the 14 regions had a very low effective population size, meaning that they would not be able to survive in the long run. And out of those had an inbreeding rate, which was within the advisable range to be able to survive in the long run. Therefore, the higher the effective population size, the lower the inbreeding coefficient, and the risk status of the animals will actually be more safer in future. As a recommendation, would advise the breeders to actually promote immigration across regions to encourage gene flow and observe breeding, and as well as implement genetic improvement programs. I would like to thank University of Limpopo, SA Statbook, and NRF for having funded the study, not forgetting my supervisor whose help I appreciate most. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nkapele, for your presentation. It's time for questions. Are there any questions for Ms. Nkapele? Yes.
Thanks and good work. Apart from the population size, what was behind the inbreeding variation among provinces and districts, as you mentioned?
I will try to repeat the question because I don't think I got it correctly.
You stated that population sizes contributed to, the inbreeding.
Yes, yes.
And the fact that such a population could be depleted over time.
Yes.
But I'm saying apart from that, what were other drivers
Of the
inbreeding between provinces?
it was low stock, low genetics, so it always mostly comes down to the population. If an animal was to mate with its father or the sister or the daughter or so on, that's when the inbreeding percentages go up. So when the populations are low, chances of that animal breeding with a grandchild or so on are actually quite high.
I hear you.
Yes.
But apart from that, are there any other factors?
I
Because
was
I don't think that could be the only thing. Because even if there are fewer animals, if other issues are in place, inbreeding could still be avoided.
Yes, yes.
So it will not solely be because of the lower animal or population size.
Yes, there are other factors that could lead to a lower population size, such as the environment as well. So looking into the environment, it actually contributes to the survival of that animal wherever it would find itself. But particularly in this study, I was looking at how the population affects the inbreeding. So that's why mostly I would talk about how the population is versus how the inbreeding rates are.
Thank you.
Also, one other thing is that this study actually came about from the main project that I did for my master's, wherein I actually found out that the Kalahari red goat breeds were actually endangered. So out of that result, I went on to go look at the regions individually to see which regions could actually be in more danger of this endangerment, or rather the risk of the populations decreasing lower. So yes. The take-home message is that the farmers should look at which animals they actually breed with to make sure that they survive in the long run.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Nkapele. Can we give her a round of applause? Katichelo Songwani, are you here? Kulufelo Lichong, are you here? Dr. Mdleje will take over from here.
Why didn't you upload this one? I did with the here, the first one. Okay. She's not jail.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Katuchara Catherine Hlungwani. Doing my second year in PhD at Aquaculture Research Unit, supervised by Prof. Moyo and Prof. Rapa Zambalaji. Let me take you through my study about purified condensation and biosystem formation in aqua dams with 3 different substrates and their consumption by Orochromys monsabicus. One of the major factors that are affecting aquaculture production is the high cost of feed, which account for more than 60% of the production cost. And this point was recently highlighted by Moyo and Rapata within the context of Southern Africa. The reason why fish feed are very expensive is because of the high price of the imported fish meal. Yes, several studies have been done to replace fish meal. However, none of these studies or of the method which they introduce has uptake to commercial up to date. So what is another alternative? Another alternative is a simple and easy method of fish feeding on natural food in a pond called periphyton. What is periphyton? Periphyton, if you go to a river and you take a stone, any one of you can do that, you find that there are greenish things that are attached to the stone. Those things are called periphyton. These things, they serve as a significant source of food of many aquatic organisms in their natural habitat, and its nutritional value is adequate to support the dietary need of most fish species. And it also improves the health of the fish and removes excess nutrients in water. In addition to that, there are macroscopic organisms in water that are always floating in water, and these ones are called biocestons. If in a pond we can enhance the growth of periphyton and bioceston, I'm sure we can reduce the cost of feed. This study aims to reduce the supplemental feeding by enhancing the utilization of natural food by tilapia with those objectives. How do I do it? How do I achieve this objective? 3 experiments were done using simple materials like net, plastic, and stones. These substrates were submerged in water for 21 days in aqua dams without fish, and at day 21, the periphyton samples and bioceston samples were collected and analyzed for taxonomic composition under a light microscope, and water quality parameters were also monitored. Based on the result of the FACS experiment, where network analysis was done, we used the net substrate to determine the consumption of periphyton and bioceston by 5 gram tilapia, in aqua dams. 3 treatments were done in triplicates in a complete randomized design to ensure that the fish feed on the periphyton and the bioceston. 3 feeding regimes were designed. N100, which was the control, where the fish were fed every day, twice a day, in the morning and evening, and the aqua dams had no substrate. The N50 treatment is where fish were fed every other day, in the morning and the evening, when on the day of feeding, and the aqua dams had substrate and net substrate, and this was equivalent to 50% feeding. Then N33 fish were fed once in 3 days, and the aqua dams had substrate, and this was equivalent to 33% feeding. Water quality was also monitored to make sure that the fish are living in optimum environment, and again to make sure the water quality do not become a compounding factor. Those are the averages of the water quality parameters which were monitored. At the termination of the experiment at week 6, the weight of the fish and the length were determined to calculate the following parameters as mentioned there. Another experiment, the 3rd experiment, was done in fiberglass tanks, where we wanted to determine the preference of tilapia between periphyton and bioceston. And the tanks were renamed according to where the periphyton and the bioceston was harvested. After feeding, of 24 hours, the fish were taken to the lab, sacrificed and gutted to remove the stomach content, and the feces from the glass tanks were also removed to analyze under a light microscope to see what materials was on the feces and the stomach content. The prominent value was used to determine the preference between periphyton and biosystem by tilapia. How did I treat my data? What I did, I used network analysis and ANOVA to analyze my data. And network analysis showed that the substrate were connected. It also produced a modality of negative 0.053. What does it mean? It means that the species which were growing among the substrate were most likely to be connected with the species growing on another substrate. When you look at that figure, you will see that the net substrate has a bigger circle because it had a higher score of degree of centrality. What does that mean? It means that there were more, let me say, high abundance of species growing on the net substrate which had similar functions. As a result, that's why we use the net substrate to determine the consumption of periphyton and biosystem by tilapia in aquadams. And the growth parameters of that result showed that N50 had better FCR and better SGR and better condition factor. What does this mean? This means that the fish had better growth from feeding every other day as compared to feeding every day or feeding every third day. This has serious implications, ladies and gentlemen. It means that there's no need to be feeding fish every day for farmers to maintain the growth of the fish, but they can feed once every other day and still get a better growth for their fish. This is because the periphyton and the biosystem species were able to compensate for the neutral value that was derived from the commercial feed. This is again because the biosystems and the periphyton which were grown on the net substrates were, most of them, the green algae, were producing catharantors that enhance growth, better fish, the better the FCR, the improved disease resistance, and so they also have anti-inflammatory and antioxidant activities that improve the health of the fish. The prominent value showed that the tilapia preferred on feeding on biosystem to periphyton. When you look at that figure, it's showing us that the yellow ones and the blue ones, that's where the fish were feeding on biosystems, and the bigger portion, the fish were preferring to feed on the biosystem. This is because tilapia lacks specialized mouthpiece and apparatus to easily harvest the periphyton from the substrate. The stomach content and the feces of the fish showed that there were 9 genera that were most abundant in the stomach of the fish. However, 4 of these genera were also dominant in the feces, showing that they were not digested by the fish. Why was the fish not be able to digest them? This is because these genera were bacillifata and they have a silica wall covering them, and fish, they lack silica reinforced teeth that is used to crack the diatom cell wall. In conclusion, this study showed that the net substrate was associated with high periphyton abundance and diversity. This study showed that tilapia fingerlings growth was highest when they were fed every other day in ponds with net substrate. This study recommends that fish farmers should deploy a net substrate in their ponds and fish the fish every other day to reduce commercial feed. I'd like to thank the University of Limpopo Aquaculture Research Unit team and NRF for funding this study. This study was submitted to Aquaculture Environment Interactions, international journal with a high impact factor, and it was accepted with minor revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lungwani, for your presentation. The presentation is now open for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lungwani, for your nice presentation. Under your background, you mentioned that this periphyton remove excess nutrients. So I didn't get it. Where do this periphyton remove excess nutrients? In the water, I don't
Yes,
know.
in the water, it removes if there's high level of ammonia in the water, the nitrification cycle in water is improved because of its presence. So it's able to remove the excess ammonia in water.
Okay. So, and then why did you decide to terminate your study at 6 weeks?
Or because I was working with 5-gram tilapia, and at 6 weeks is sufficient for you to see significant growth.
Are you saying that by the age of 6 weeks, I can be able to consume the fish?
No, I was working with tilapia fingerlings,
Okay.
and at 6 weeks is at that growth you are able to see the difference in growth, because at that stage they're still growing fast.
Oh, it's fine. Not
But
for
you cannot
consumption.
feed on 5-gram tilapia because it's still a fingerling.
Okay, the last one, also under your background, you mentioned that this periphyton, it improves health. So I just want to know, what is it that it has that can improve the health of the fish?
It has
I don't know if
anti-inflammatory activities, antioxidant activities, and also produce carothenols that improve disease resistance and reduce embryonic mortality in aquatic animals.
Are there any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
My question to you is that on the water quality parameters that you said that you measured or observed, how did you maintain? Did you notice any? Did you notice a decrease or in the quality of the water in the aqua dams that you were doing your study based on, right? Did you notice Did you notice problems with the quality of the water, and how did you maintain the parameters so that they are on a more, that they are on a more...
They are more optimal for the fish?
Yes.
Okay, when you look at those average and you look at the standard deviation, you can see that they don't have a big standard deviation, meaning that the fluctuation was not big. Yes, so I did not do anything to maintain them, but the presence of periphyton in water is able to maintain a good water quality.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tlongwani. Can we please give her a round of applause? Dr. Mdletshe will take over from here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Zulethu Mdletshe, so please pardon me if I cannot pronounce your name or surname properly, but I'll try by all means to make sure that I pronounce it properly, because I'm Zulu, so some letters are pronounced differently from Zulu and Pedi, but I'll try by all means to make sure that I pronounce your surnames properly. Yeah. For now, I want to call on the stage Jabulani Ntuli to come and present. Okay, Jabulani Ntuli is coming. I just want to emphasize the fact that you only have 10 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes. Let's maintain that.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jabulani Ntuli, and I'll be presenting to you a study on the integrated nutrient management. I'll be presenting a study on the response of potato growth and yield to integrated nutrient management. And this study was under the supervision of Dr. Hatebe and Professor Gobese. Potato crop is one of the most important crops worldwide due to its contribution to to the food security. And in South Africa, Limpopo is one of the biggest potato producing area, contributing to about 22% of the total South African potato production. And a yield gap between commercial and small-scale farmers has been estimated to range between 65 and 95%, whereby a huge portion of this yield gap is attributed to poor soil fertility. The high cost of fertilizers normally limits the application of nutrients by the farmers, and also the expensive and lack of soil facilities also discourages these farmers to conduct soil nutritional analysis. Therefore, this results in these farmers applying less than recommended fertilizer application rate. These issues are exacerbated by the high temperatures, which causes evaporation and nutrient losses through volatilization. These processes they occur at temperatures greater than 21.1 degrees Celsius. Therefore, this means in Limpopo province, which is got high temperatures, meaning this problem becomes more in this region. Then, furthermore, there's a poor adoption of newly bred cultivars, and also most farmers they don't even consider the different amount of nutrients that are taken by different cultivars. Therefore, all these factors they contribute to poor soil fertility. The aim of the study was to assess the potential of integrating cultivar selection, soil cover, and judicious nutrient application to reduce the soil fertility-based yield gap, and to determine. The objective of the study was to determine the interaction effect of cultivar selection and grass mulch under varying soil fertility levels on potato growth and yield. The study was conducted as a careful experimental farm whereby where the trial were laid out in split plot in the randomized complete block design with 3 replications. And the main blocking factor were 3 fertilizer levels, which were 0, 50%, and 100% of the recommended fertilizer application. And the sub-blocking factor were mulch application, whereby grass or lucerne mulch was applied to cover the soil surface at a rate of 6,000 kilograms per hectare, exactly after crop emergence. Then the no-mulch plots represented a plot whereby the soil surface was left uncovered. Then the sub-plot consisted of 4 cultivars, which are Mundial, which is a drought-tolerant crop, a drought-tolerant cultivar, and also a medium-late cultivar. Then there's Sababa, which is an early maturing cultivar, and a newly introduced cultivar. Then there's Panamera, which is a late maturing cultivar. Then lastly, there's a Tyson, which is a late maturing cultivar, and a cultivar that has been bred to maximize potato yield under dry conditions that are similar to Limpopo. Then the fertilizer application rate were done based on a soil test, which were conducted at Sidara College of Agriculture, and also based on the target yield, which was 60 tons per hectare. Due to the limited time at present, I'll only be presenting data that showed significant differences with respect to the treatments. Then cultivars seem to differ significantly with respect to time taken to physiological maturity. And as a late maturing cultivar, it was expected that Panamera would extend its growing period. And early maturing cultivars such as Sababa would mature quicker than the other cultivars. Then Panamera also exhibited a high canopy cover, which also contributed to delaying plant senescence. Then the interaction of mulch and cultivars also showed a significant impact, whereby mulch seemed to increase the time taken to physiological maturity. Then just to explain the significant role that was played by mulch, mulch enhances the hydrothermal microenvironment of the plant by reducing the nutrient losses that occur through volatilization and also conserving soil moisture. Grass mulch does this by moderating the soil temperature, therefore increasing the availability and uptake of nutrients. This then explains why the above ground and below ground biomass was seemed to increase with the application of mulch. And to explain the impact of fertilizers on the maximum canopy cover and shoot dry biomass, the high biomass and canopy cover that was shown in when applied fertilizers can be attributed to the vital role that is played by the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which plays a vital role when it comes to the plant metabolic processes or functions, including photosynthesis, which is very important when it comes to the total dry matter production, and also then also I was talking about photosynthesis, which contributes to the total accumulation of biomass. Then there was a trend that was noticed when it comes to root dry biomass and shoot dry biomass, and also the maturity of the cultivars, whereby cultivars that matured late also showed to increase in terms of the above ground and below ground biomass. And this can be explained by the fact that the prolonged period of these cultivars allows the plants to accumulate more dry matter, therefore significantly partitioning this photosynthesis to the below ground biomass. And also the greater shoot and root biomass also increased the overall yield, whereby there was a significant partitioning of assimilates to the tubers, and also the increased root biomass also allowed these cultivars to increase the absorption of water and nutrients, thereby contributing to the overall yield. And the low yield of sababa and tysin can be attributed to the limited active leaf growth duration, which caused a low yield in these cultivars. Then it can be concluded that Panamera tail outperformed all the cultivars, whereby people can hear me. Okay, just to conclude, Panamera can be. Can I proceed? So just to conclude, Panamera can be suitable, can be recommended to increase the growth and yield of potatoes in farmers. And also, sababa and tysin seem to have a similar pattern, a similar growth pattern, which resulted in lower yields for these parameters. Then the cultivar selection, mulching, and fertilizer application seem to significantly affect the growth and yield components. Therefore, however, their integration did not show any significant differences. Therefore, it can be recommended that these agronomic practices they can be used individually to increase the growth and yield of potatoes in both commercial and small-scale farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chaplani. Now it's a platform for questions and answers. Any questions? Are there any questions? Okay. All right.
You look unhappy for not getting a question. Let me just give you one.
Okay.
To what extent will your results be applicable in a different site with different, climatic conditions?
Pardon?
To what extent will the results that you got will be applicable to a different site or site with different climatic conditions?
Well, the results will definitely differ because there is a study in KZN where the same cultivars were used. However, here we were able to see a significantly higher yield when it comes to Panamera. However, in KZN, Panamera seemed to struggle when it comes to increasing the yield. Then there also Tyson, which showed to increase yield in KZN. However, here it showed at the lowest. So when it comes to climatic conditions, they also have a significant role when it comes to the growth and yield pattern of the cultivar. So they played a very critical role. So if the results that are obtained here, they might be different if ever the tubers or the treatment are subjected to a different climate.
Meaning that you will be careful on how you communicate the result that you got.
Pardon?
I'm saying you will be careful on how you communicate the results, because otherwise they may be misleading. Am I right?
Okay.
Based on what you said.
All right. But then since I've conducted this study in Limpopo, and my focus is also based on the climatic conditions of Limpopo, I will then conclude and discuss based on the climatic conditions of Limpopo and how these cultivars and treatment perform in these climatic conditions.
Sure, thanks. Just another quick one.
Okay.
You mentioned another cultivar, I forgot which one, which has got a different, which matures late. I think it has got, you said physiological maturity, it's different.
It's Panamera.
So will that not be misleading, because that in its nature may affect, or the effect may not necessarily be because of your treatment, but also be because of its physiological maturity. Because I'm thinking if it's, for instance, it's maturing late and the temperature may vary at that time, so your treatment may not necessarily be the one that led to the results that you're saying, or how did you take care of that?
Yes, but then looking at the time taken to physiological maturity, that is mostly contributed by the growth pattern of the cultivars, where these cultivars differ in terms of things like canopy cover development, where Panamera had, even on the maximum canopy cover here, Panamera showed to have a higher canopy cover. Therefore, if ever the canopy cover is higher, that will delay the plant senescence, therefore resulting in an extended growth period. So it's mostly cultivar based. Yes. Another question?
He's now chairing. We can take 2 more questions if there are any. Okay, then in the absence of questions, let me thank Jabulani for presenting for us. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, right now I want to call on stage Vusi Sabela. Is Vusi Sabela with us? Yeah. Presenter, when you are standing here on stage and if it's raining, just try and come closer to the mic so that your voice will be projected. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the question of today is to clear or not to clear. So I'm presenting my research on this. I'm presenting my research on the soil nutrient response to the clearing of Colos for Penam Mopani at the Mtunkum Game Reserve in Limpopo province of South Africa, under the supervision of Prof. Dlamini and Dr. Masowa. So this is my presentation outline. Savanna ecosystems are characterized by a mixture of grasses and scattered trees, creating an open canopy ecosystem. And they cover almost 32% of the land surface in South Africa as depicted by figure 2. And savanna grasslands are also a haven and provide grazing capacity, grazing land for livestock and clean water to the local inhabitants. So they are very vital to the local inhabitants and wildlife. However, the ecosystem function of savanna grasslands are under a threat by a phenomenon called bush encroachment. Bush encroachment entails the increase in density and proliferation of woody species in savanna grasslands, creating closed canopy ecosystem. This has profound effect or negative impact on grass biomass and biodiversity of herbaceous species through allelopathy, outcompeting grasses for soil nutrients, soil moisture, and sunlight. So this will reduce the grass biomass production and biodiversity, leading to reduced grazing capacity of savanna grasslands. The extensive rooting system of woody species and the high above ground biomass leaf also leads to high evapotranspiration, which reduces the groundwater resources. And in an ecosystem located in a semi-arid climate, water is a very limited resource. So bush encroachment has a negative impact on the underground water sources for the local inhabitants. So the drivers of bush encroachment include overgrazing, increases atmospheric carbon dioxide, and fire suppression. And it is non-reversible without human intervention when critical thresholds are surpassed. So to manage or reduce the impact of bush encroachment in savanna grasslands, bush clearing is conducted. Bush clearing entails the reduction of encroaching species to a predetermined density through mechanical, chemical, manual methods. Working for Water is a program under the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and this program conducts bush clearing to reduce the impact of encroaching species on the savanna grasslands. Numerous studies have also focused on the response of above ground biomass production to bush clearing. However, soil recovery following bush clearing has a negative or positive feedback to above ground biomass production. However, soil nutrient recovery has received limited attention, especially for the clearing of indigenous woody species. So our study aims to investigate how the clearing of indigenous encroaching Mopani species in savanna grassland influences selected soil nutrients at different depth intervals, at different soil depths. So the objective of this study was to determine the effect of bush clearing of Mopani on soil nutrients at different soil depths. So the research question is, how does clearing of Mopani in savanna grasslands affect soil nutrients at different soil depths? So our study was conducted at Mtimkulu Game Reserve, which is located in the Greater Gyan Municipality, Mopani District in Limpopo Province. This game reserve shares open borders with the Greater Kruger National Park, allowing wild animals to roam freely on the game reserve. So our site characteristics. So the annual precipitation of the study site is 457 millimeters, and majority of this rain falls between October and March. The mean annual temperature ranges from 10 to 35 degrees Celsius and is dominated by Mopani tree and bushveld signal grass. The geology of the area is Makutsi and Hoodplas gneiss, underlaid by oak leaf soil form. The altitude of the area ranged from 327 to 329 meters above sea level. The topographic gradient was a relatively flat area with a 0.2%. So experimental layout of plots. In 2015, in a Mopani encroached area, 1,800 meters squared experimental plots were demarcated adjacent to each other using a split plot design. One of the experimental plots was manually bush cleared of Mopani, less than 4 meters tall at the base 2 to 3 times a year to create a bush cleared plot. The other plot was left uncleared, which served as the reference or control plot. A vegetation survey was conducted post-bush clearing, which showed that the density of Mopani in the bush encroached area were 844 per hectare, while in the bush cleared plot after clearing, it was 167 trees per hectare. So our sampling strategy, in August 2021, this was 6 years after bush clearing, we conducted a soil survey for the siting of the soil pits for sampling. On the same soil form, similar topographic position, and edaphic factors, we demarcated and established 3 10 by 10 plots randomly, and then 2 pits were dug to the limiting layer in each plot. A total of 6 plots were dug in each experimental plot, followed by soil classification. After classification, we demarcated the depth 10 centimeter depth interval up to the depth of 30, creating 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30 depth intervals. We collected soil samples at different depth intervals, and additionally, we collected soil core samples for the determination of bark density per depth intervals. A total of 36 soil samples and 72 soil core samples were collected. So in this study, we focused on macronutrients which are needed in large quantities: phosphorus, exchangeable calcium, magnesium, and potassium. We used selected extractant, followed by quantifying the concentration using ICP. We also quantified macronutrient concentration, zinc, manganese, and copper, by first using the selected extractant, followed by determining the concentration using ICP. We also quantified edaphic factors or soil variables that have been shown in literature to influence the dynamics or availability of soil nutrients in the soil. So the physical properties that we determined were soil particle size distribution, which will determine our texture, soil bark density, aggregate stability, which will determine the soil structure. We also analyze physical properties, soil organic matter, soil pH, which has been shown to affect the availability and solubility of nutrients, and the effective cation exchange capacity. So for statistical analysis, soil nutrient data was explored using discrete statistics. We ran a two-way analysis of variance to determine the effect of bush clearing and soil depth on soil nutrients. Fisher's least significant test was also used for mean separation at P equals to or less than 0.05. Pearson correlation analysis was run to determine the relationship between soil nutrients and soil variables. All statistical analysis and correlations were done using GenStat 26 edition. So our results show, or the analysis of variance that we conducted to determine the effect of bush clearing and soil depth on soil nutrients show that bush clearing significantly affects macronutrients phosphorus, exchangeable calcium and magnesium, and micronutrients copper and manganese. Depth only influenced macronutrient phosphorus, and the combination of bush clearing treatment and depth is significantly affected exchangeable calcium and micronutrients zinc and manganese. Our results also show that bush clearing led to the depletion of soil nutrients in the 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30 depth interval by the range of 5 to 40%. Our results also show that bush clearing led to the depletion of also our soil micronutrients. The depletion was between the range of 12 to 76%. Majority of the depletion in macro and micronutrients happened in the 0 to 10 depth interval. But also with the macronutrients, It must be noted that zinc concentration increased on the 10 to 20 depth interval by 58%. We also ran a Pearson correlation analysis to determine the effect or to isolate edaphic factors that are driving the soil nutrient depletion in the 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30 depth interval. So Pearson correlation in the 0 to 10 interval show that cation exchange capacity, exchangeable acidity, soil organic matter, mean weight diameter, which is soil structure, it's an estimate of soil structure, and texture in terms of sand percentage, were the driving factors in the 0 to 10 that led to the depletion of soil nutrients. Also, in the 10 to 20 depth, Pearson correlation that show that cation exchange capacity, exchangeable acidity, soil organic matter, mean weight diameter, and texture were the driving factors leading to the depletion of macro and micronutrients in the 10 to 20 depth intervals. In the 20 to 30 depth, Pearson correlation show that only soil chemical properties led to the depletion of macro and micronutrients, where CEC and pH were the driving factors leading to depletion. In summary, we have quantified that bush clearing led to the depletion of soil nutrient in our ecosystem. And we also determined that the driving factors were soil organic matter, cation exchange, sorry, sorry, this is the time, sorry. Cation exchange capacity, mean weight diameter, texture in terms of silt and sand, and soil pH. We believe the mechanism involved in the depletion of soil nutrients is that the reduction of woody species depletes above or reduces the above ground biomass, leading to a reduction in plant litter deposition, which affects or decreases the soil organic matter. Soil organic matter is the nutrient pools. If soil organic matter decreases, nutrient pools in the soil will decrease. Soil structure will also decrease, which is our mean weight diameter, leading to increased runoff at the surface, leading to a higher depletion of soil nutrients at the surface, and also our cation exchange capacity will decrease, reducing the retention of soil nutrients. All of these will reduce the soil or explain the nutrient depletion we observed at our study site. In conclusion, bush clearing, time's up. Okay. 1 minute. In conclusion, bush clearing of Mobana has led to the depletion of soil nutrients. Depth also had a significant influence on the depletion of nutrients, especially in the 0 to 10 depth. Depletion of soil nutrients has profound implication for land degradation and future bush encroachment management as savanna grasslands. With programs such as the Working for Water under the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries conducting bush clearing, our study is one of the few studies that provides quantifiable data on the impact of bush clearing on soil nutrients. We also recommend that studies to monitor soil nutrient response in the long term should be conducted at the study site. These are the references that we used. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo Department of Plant Production, Soil Science and Agricultural Engineering for providing me the opportunity to further my studies, and also my supervisor, Prof. Dlamini and Dr. Masoa, for words of encouragement and research expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Vosi. Thank you. Just a quick one. 2 questions. We can only take 2 questions.
Okay. Should I ask 2 questions or one?
Can I put the pen?
Yeah, as expected, clearing would negatively affect soil nutrients because of the reduced organic matter. But my question will be, to what extent did your treatment application, your clearing, affected either positively or negatively your species composition or species richness? And what is the applicability of your work in resolving bush encroachment, given its rate and extent that it's increasing, particularly that it affects quite a number of ecosystem services? If you think of it all, how will your work benefit a smallholder farmer in a rural area whose farm is encroached by various plant species?
To answer your question on the implication to or meaningful to a smallholder farmer, when soil nutrients decrease following bush clearing, these will have a negative impact on the grass biomass production, because a smallholder farm will then clear to increase the grazing capacity of his rangelands, or so decreasing the nutrients or soil organic matter will therefore decrease the biomass production of the grass in the long run. So can you repeat the first? Oh, the first question was what? At the same time.
That's fine. What informed your clearing level, your thinning level?
The South African Observation Network was the one who performed the clearing. We came in 6 years later to quantify what's happening with the soil nutrients after they bush cleared. They've been bush clearing for the past 6 years.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. You know, when you were presenting, I've been doing some notes here. I don't know whether I'm going to be on the right track with you. So, bush encroachment, sometimes, especially at the game reserve, is due to invasive plants. Because at the game reserve you do have animals, and invasive plants, when they come, some are dangerous to the animals. And then from your study, you have just mentioned that by doing that bush clearing, you do have impact on the soil, where the micronutrients and the micronutrients have been actually reduced. And then my question now, as I was just, because I'm not familiar to study, then what must be done? Is there any, from your study, can you do some recommendation? What is your recommendation? What must be done? Because when we talk about the invasive plants, they must be taken out. Yes.
With my study, I was mainly focusing on indigenous species. So technically, they are not invasive, and then they're not invasive to any area. So with invasive alien species, yes, that calls for eradication. But with mine, since it's indigenous species, you can only, it's either you prevent the bush encroachment or you reduce the number of trees. So it's always beneficial to reduce in the context of game reserve, because it does affect the grass biomass production, which is needed by the wild animals. It also leads to, because game reserve, mainly their function is ecotourism. So if you can't see animals because of bushing, of the increasing density or thickets, it's going to lead to decline in ecotourism attraction. Therefore, it will lead to loss in income and revenue for the game reserve. So bush clearing is recommended. The only problem is that we have seen that, we have quantified that bush clearing leads to depletion of soil nutrients. If you deep bush up to a density of 167 trees. So my recommendation is that they monitor the soil nutrients for a long period to see the trend. Is it going to recover? Because literature has shown that soil nutrients do recover after a period of years. So will that phenomenon happen at our study site? So that's the recommendation at the currently.
Due to time, I will have to cut you short. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right now, I want to call on stage Julia Mulaba. Is she here? Okay, she's coming. Yeah, don't forget Julia, 10 minutes for presentation.
Afternoon, my name is Mulaba Julia, and then I'll be presenting to you the topic on evaluating the awareness and perception of sorting municipal solid waste, a case study of Lebakgomo Zone A and F, Lepelengkumbi Local Municipality in Limpopo Province. And then my supervisor is Dr. J.M. Lizalo, and then Prof. M.H.N. Mulele. These are the contents that I'll take you through from background to the references. On my background, waste sorting is the process by which waste is separated into different elements. Waste classification and separation constitute that critical link and promote recycling. Recycling contributes towards a sustainable environment by transforming waste into useful resources. Problem statement. Waste management includes recycling process, which is one of the process of sustainable management of waste. The municipal solid waste can be separated at source in categories of glass, paper, aluminum, and plastic. The separated waste has high value of being recycled and contributes towards social, environmental, and economic sustainability of communities. In South Africa, for a separation at source program to be successful, the participation and involvement of households is a key factor. Sorting of solid waste at source is still a problem in many local municipalities of South Africa. The study will therefore like to find out if people in Lebakgomo Zone A and F are aware and willing to sorting municipal waste before recycling. The assessment of municipal waste recycling practices is the promotion of sustainable waste management practices. The awareness and increase in sorted recyclable materials empower the economy and benefits people to be financially independent. Solid waste management in South Africa faces numerous challenges, and the NMWS provides a plan to address them. Continuing, the Swedish municipalities incorporated the separation at source fully and is still implemented. Overstern municipality in Western Cape also practices source sorting. The behavioral model is connected to knowledge, attitudes, and the behavior. And also, the human environment theory by Hammond et al. Also states that human beings depend on the environment for the provision of the resources. The aim of the study was to enhance the awareness and perception of the sorting municipal waste in Lebakgomo Zone A and F. And then the objective, the first one, is to assess the willingness of householders in sorting municipal waste at household level before collection services at Libahomo, Zone A and F. And the second one is to investigate the socio-economic and environmental impacts of sorting solid waste at source in Libahomo, Zone A and F. Our third objective is to ascertain the challenges faced during recycling of unseparated solid waste in Libahomo, Zone A and F. And our fourth objective is to examine the strategies of Lepelle-Nkumbi local municipality on encouraging source separation at Libahomo, Zone A and F. And then we're gonna go to methodology and analytical procedures. There is our study area, is just to show that Lepelle-Nkumbi is incorporated in Capricorn district of Limpopo province. And then we're gonna continue to our research design. The research adopted a mixed method approach, which is quantitative and qualitative research. And our sampling frame for Libahomo Zone F, it consists of 2,801 households, and for Zone F consists of 1,924 households. Our sample size is calculated, and then for Libahomo Zone A, we had a sample size of 280, and then for Libahomo Zone F, we had the sample size of 192. Our sampling method that we used is systematic random sampling, was used to select the households because they are arranged in a grid pattern plane. And then the first house was randomly picked, and then after that, every 10th household respectively, that's how we selected the households. And then there is a table that displays the objectives and the instrument that we used for data collection and how we analyze the data and the presentations. Our presentation, we used the tables, pie charts, and the bar graphs and thematics. And for analysis, the one that we used, it was for descriptive statistics, pie chi-square, and then the narrative analysis. And then they differ as per the objective. The scientific contributions. The study will benefit the waste management sector to increase the amount of waste that will be recycled. The householders will be aware of the type of waste they consume and contribute to waste minimization. The environmental issues such as pollution will be decreased. And then now we're gonna go into our results and discussion. Our waste management practices, we're gonna start with the waste generation. And then there are the two figures that are displayed. And then waste that is generated mostly is paper, followed by plastic in both Libahomo Zone A and F. And then the figures, they display the different quantities that were spread among. And then we're gonna go into waste segregation and storage. Most households have one waste bin, and followed by two waste bins in both Libahomo Zone A and F, and you can see that's the waste bins that they separated waste and for storage. And then we're gonna go into recycling. Most of the respondents recycle waste in Libahomo Zone A and F, and then there are respondents who are aware of the benefits of recycling, which are to generate income and to keep the environment clean. And then there is the can of one of the households where they were already preparing the cans to be recycled at the recycling center. And then awareness of sorting waste. Most of respondents are aware of sorting waste in both Libahomo, Zone A and F. You can see from the figures that are displayed that they are more or less similar. And then we're gonna go into socioeconomic and environmental impacts. The benefits of source sorting. Most of respondents are sorting waste for the benefit of clean environment in both Libahomo Zone A and F. And in the figures, you can see clean environment, community participation, and income generation, but then clean environment is the one that is dominating. The negative impacts of unseparated waste. The number of respondents who said that they were negatively impacted by unseparated waste on the environment, they were affected by pollution and visual impacts. We're gonna go into this figure. You'll see that pollution have the high rank, and then it is followed by the visual pollution. In conclusion, the people's willingness to sort waste is based on their attitude. The waste that is not properly managed causes pollution on the environment. To minimize waste that is generated and reduce the amount that is disposed in landfill, the sustainable waste management need to be practiced. The community is recycling waste, and there is a recycling center in the community. The recommendation of the study, the environmental education and awareness to encourage communities to sort should be introduced by Lepelengkumbi local municipality. The recycling center must be diverse and give coupons for all recyclable materials to encourage households to sort waste. The stakeholders need to work together to ensure sustainable waste management. The acknowledgement, I'd like to acknowledge my supervisor and the department and the school in general that supported me through this study. And there are the list of the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dimpo. Now it's a platform for questions, maybe comments. Any questions? Any questions? We have enough time for questions. Okay, seems like we don't have any questions. Okay, thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause? Yeah. Now that we are done with Julia, I want to call on stage Dimpo. Is Dimpo here? Oh, she's here. Please. Sorry to my audience, I think I have to pass through this. Our presenter will actually be presenting a poster, so it's not like a normal presentation, a formal presentation. So her presentation will be based on a poster. Thank you.
I am Dimpo Mudziri, presenting host sensitivity and host status of Crotalaria spectabilis rod to Melodicane incognita under greenhouse conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, you may consider yourself greeted. The root knot nematodes are regarded as the most important plant parasitic nematodes. They result in high cost of production and less income. Previously, they were managed using chemical synthetic nematicides. They were environmentally unfriendly, and therefore they were withdrawn because they were also harmful to humans. This study was arranged in a randomized complete block design with a spacing of 0.6 meter by 0.5 meter. The study was conducted with 20 centimeter diameter plastic pods. Therefore, the inoculation happened after 7 days. At 56 days, the nematodes were collected. The data was subjected to ANOVA using statistics 10.0. Therefore, figure 1 is the experimental setup of the Crotalaria spectabilis inoculated with the Melodicane incognita under the greenhouse conditions. Figure 2 is the tomato plant roots that that were inoculated with Melodicane incognita at 56 days of inoculation. Figure 3 is the root node nematode of Melodicane incognita at a juvenile stage. Therefore, I have found out that my results are saying that their reproductive potential ranged from less than 1 to 5.5, as shown in the table in table 2. The results were found significant at P is less than 0.05 and highly significant at P is less than 0.01 and not significant at P is greater than 0.05 as shown in the tables. Therefore, I have concluded that the Crotalaria spectabilis is tolerant as the nematode infection not damaging the crop, and it should not be used in crop rotations intended to manage the population densities. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo for the enrollment, the whole team of Green Biotechnologies Research Center of Excellence, my supervisory team, Prof. Bofu, Mr. Malaji, and Prof. Mashela. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimpo. Now it's a platform for questions. Just a quick one, 2 questions. Any questions? Okay, I can see that there are no questions. In the absence of questions, let me thank the presenter. May you please give a round of applause. I would like to call on stage Hapashia Sobejana. Is she here? I'm teaching her, and probably she's not here. I know that she's not here. Okay, since she's not here, let me pass to the last presenter, Jobere Mashia Chidi. Is she here? Okay, since she's not here, I would love to thank the audience for their patience and time. I know it's been a long afternoon. Hearing my soft voice, I know it's sleepy. You end up feeling sleepy. But let me just say thank you so much on behalf of me and Miss Mnengobele. I would love to call Prophet Lamine to come on stage to give us an announcement, if then he has anything. Till then, thank you so much and bye-bye.
Mine is very simple. We are eternally grateful to our adjudicators for being with us throughout this day. Thank you so much to our chairpersons. Thank you for steering the ship, and to our lovely students, especially those that stayed the whole run. It has been such a delight. We meet again tomorrow. Our session tomorrow starts at Prof. Chasi. So tomorrow we start at 9:10. Otherwise, the same logistics that you followed from campus to here, I believe, apply even tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Attention, attention. Just to have a small correction, tomorrow we are all meeting here at 7:30, the same way we did today. So we'll have the presentation, keynote speaker here. Then 9 o'clock, that's where the parallel session will start. Yes, 7:30 we are all here. She forgot to take me. Memories. Oh, let me be on the mic. Wampan. Why? Eh? Oh.
Should I smile or? Hey, I can see what you give me. Tibutsana.